So could I ask you, so we've now begun the recording. Could I ask that you make sure your microphone is off unless you're speaking, and preferably just come in on camera when you want to speak. So apologies for closing you down. So at this stage, you'll just see myself, and I'll start the meeting along with our interpreter. Okay, apologies for the delayed start. I think that's the first time we've had technical difficulties. Borodar Croeso Pawb, good morning, welcome everyone to our opened trust board meeting. The intention was to have held this meeting face-to-face at the ICC in Newport, but sadly due to an outbreak of COVID amongst our team, we decided it was safest to revert to a virtual meeting, which you're able to, and I'm pleased you're able to join us today. I think most of you all know me. I'm Martin Woodford. I'm the Trust Chair, and obviously joined by board colleagues. This is a meeting in public, not a public meeting as such, so it's accessible, or should be, on Zoom if you're joining us, or on Facebook in advance of the meeting. And there is a staging post in the agenda where we'll endeavour to answer any that we've received. Questions that people might pose during the meeting, we will endeavour to answer afterwards. As you'll notice, the meeting is being recorded. That's for minute-taking purposes. And I'm very pleased that Hannah and Rachel are doing the unenviable task of providing a BSL service for us today. Because this is on Zoom, the protocol is microphone off unless you're speaking, camera on if you want to speak, and then I'll spot you. So that's the easiest way. So don't simply rely on the raise your hand function. Probably the best to come on camera, or signal through the internal chat that is available to panel members as an aid to the conduct of the meeting. We will take a break around 11:05, but that's dependent on how we progress, given that we're making a late start. And there's a slightly quirky element to proceedings in that I have a ministerial meeting along with fellow chairs in NHS Wales later in the morning. So I will be departing around 12:15, and Kevin Davis, our vice chair, will conduct proceedings from there until 1 p.m. There is then a lunch break, and we return to the public meeting at 2:30, and I will resume the chair at that point. So that's all I wanted to say by way of introduction. I now need to move on to welcome, apologies, and confirmation of quorum. I can see that we are quorum from the number of people in attendance. In terms of apologies, we've had those from Joe Gassine, non-executive director, Damon Turner and Craig Brown, our TU representatives, but Hugh Parry is joining us to cover or for them. We've had apologies from Lee Brooks, our Director of Operations, but Steve Clinton should be here and covering. And Wendy Herbert is here for Claire Roach, who has now left the Trust as Director of Nursing and Quality. And I'll say a few words about her later on in the meeting. And I believe we may also have joining us to support Claire Vaughan, our Director of HR, Liz Rogers and Catherine Goodwin as members of her team. I'll just pause there to see if there are any other apologies or welcomes perhaps that I've missed. Quite a complicated attendance. Okay. The other thing to say is that this is the last public meeting for Emrys Davis, one of our non-executive directors, and Claire Vaughan herself. And I'll be saying a few more words about that later on in the proceedings after lunch, where we will formally recognise their contribution to the board. So without further ado, let's move on to declarations of interest. We should have 4 standing declarations from Emrys Davis, Kevin Davis, Kerry Jackson and Claire Vaughan, which we will record. Are there any others? I'll take silence as no. Okay, thank you. So the first action is to approve the minutes of the last meeting. I'm not going to go through those in page by page sense. So simply ask, are there any points of accuracy that people want to raise? Okay, I'll take silence as that you're happy. So could I just have a signal from a couple of you by camera that you're happy that we approve those minutes? It's good to see faces. Thank you. So those minutes are hereby approved. We now move on to matters arising not on the agenda and the action log. First of all, the action log. One there has been closed regarding the Quest committee. The second action, and I'll perhaps ask Jason for your views here as CEO, was for yourself and I to discuss with the chair of EASC, our commissioner, and the Chief Ambulance Services Commissioner himself, our view on the mutual sharing of risk. But I think, if I'm honest, looking at where we are with this, that's been played out in your negotiation with commissioners over the finances for 22/3, which we'll cover later on. So I'm happy that we pick that issue up there if we need to.
I think that's right, Martin. We have played that out in the finance discussions for the new financial year. We've got a further conversation with commissioners after board today, and we'll see in the conversation later on around the IMTP the position on shared risk, financial risk going forward.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. So are we happy to take the action log as is with that explanation? Okay. Any other matters arising not covered on the agenda? It's a kind of polite intro to AOB in a way, isn't it? Okay, we'll move on then. Strange this, I go from myself to myself because we now move on to the chair's report, which is a mixture of things and quite complicated this time. So it's a mixture of ratification and noting other updates. First of all, we have chair's actions. This is where outside the boardroom, myself and a number of board colleagues, according to a protocol, can sanction certain actions, but they have to come back to the board to be ratified. So we have two there described in the papers, one for the settlement of a clinical negligence claim, and the other for the extension of the contract for mobile testing units to June 22 on the assumption that the cost is met by Welsh Government. Those two were chair's actions in the last period. Could you just indicate that you're happy that as a board to ratify those? Okay, thank you. It's important that we do that so that the governance is transparent and understood. We then move on to discussions or decisions made in private session since the last meeting. Private businesses by exception for matters that may be commercially sensitive or patient sensitive. We had a private session on the 27th of January. Amongst other things, we covered the 22/3 financial plan, which is on the agenda today. Also had a feedback report from the remuneration committee, but most importantly, approved the new trust behaviours in order that they could be formally launched through the organisation by the chief executive at a series of roadshows which held last week. And as I attended a number of those, I can confirm that that has obviously happened. Those behaviours are fundamentally important to the way we work as an organisation. They are summarised in the appendix to my report, but I thought if you're agreeable, we would spend a few seconds just running for the board the video that we ran at the roadshows, if we're able to do that. Probably look to our board secretary and team to see whether we can run that video, if possible. It takes about 1.5 minutes, I think, Trish, doesn't it?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think that Emily and the team are going to run that video now. Okay.
I'm just a little nervous given the technical issues we had earlier, but there we go. It's appearing.
There's no denying that the past couple of years have been tough, but each of you has gone above and beyond to give the best possible care for our patients while being a constant source of support for your team members. It's been tough. You've worked hard and you've sacrificed to ensure the best care for patients and the best support for your colleagues. And thanks to your compassion, resilience and tenacity, we've made it through to the other side. Now there's light at the end of the tunnel. We've been listening to our communities, stakeholders and colleagues across WAST, all 4,000 of you, and we're more committed than ever to improving our culture and embracing new ways of working. As such, we've developed 7 behaviours for our team that reflect who we really are, so that we can all be our best. Taking ownership. We will all show up every day with courage and take accountability for our decisions while reflecting and growing from our experiences. Broaden our understanding. We will never be afraid to ask questions and challenge assumptions, but on the flip side, we will always be open to feedback and suggestions. Respect others. We will show respect to every single person and communicate with empathy. Show belief in each other. We will celebrate our successes together because we're excited for the future and where we can take ourselves. Practice ethically. We will always stand up for what is right and have zero tolerance for inappropriate behaviour. Continually improve our service. We will show courage and take the lead so that we can support each other's well-being. Be inclusive of the whole team. We will always remain curious and accepting of what makes us all unique, so that we have a team that feels like they belong. It's important that each and every one of us embraces these behaviours, because these behaviours are what shape our cultural DNA. Let's be our best.
Kevin, I think we may have lost Martin.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. It looks like the chair's system has gone down, so we'll perhaps come back to his part of the report when he gets back online. So, Jason, I think it's probably appropriate if we go to you now. Martin, are you back?
I'm back. I do apologise. I think it's going to be one of those days. I'm determined not to let it get to me, so I'll resume. So I take it you caught the tail end of that important video.
We saw the whole video, yeah.
Thank you. Fine. I'm glad we managed to get through that part from myself, because those behaviours are fundamental to the future. And I just wanted the board to see the video on the basis that subsequent to today, probably at a board development session, and I'd like us to have a discussion about what those behaviours mean to us as a board, because they obviously are fundamental and we need to set the standard. So we'll return to that. So I thought it was important to show that now as part of my report. This is all in the midst of what we've covered in private business as a board. So within that heading, just to say there was also a private board on the 25th of February, where we had further discussions about the complexities of the 22-3 plan, which we'll cover further today, as well as noting authorised use of the trust seal. So we just asked as a board to note the discussions that have been held in private session in today's minutes, if that's all right. Okay, thank you. Last item on my somewhat jumpy report with my absence is the issue of committee membership, board committee membership for 22-3. We have conducted reviews across the piece of the effectiveness of our committees and made amendments to their terms of reference and membership. The full annual reports for committees and those amendments to the terms of reference will be coming back to the May board. But in the meantime, as 1st of April is very nearly upon us, attached to my report today, you will see the template for proposed membership of our board committees going forward. That's Annex 2 to my report. And also, as part of that offering, the proposed thematic champions in terms of non-executive roles, which we're seeking to fulfill from April onwards. So those aren't for board approval as such, but for noting by the board. We will obviously begin to operate according to that committee membership from next week. The board champion roles, there may be further refinement as we progress, and we envisage exploring the ramifications of those roles in a forthcoming board development session. So you're asked to note those. And also to note the fact that two of our note at this point, because we're awaiting a formal ministerial announcement. So I'll just pause there just to check whether there are any comments on that aspect of my report. Okay, thank you. So we're simply asked to note those changes. Thank you, Paul. And this is in a context, of course, where as part of the remit of the Remuneration Committee, the report of which is on the agenda, we have made changes to the voting director arrangements by way of addition of a voting director of operations. And from the 25th of April, the director of strategy planning and performance assuming a voting role in lieu of the director of workforce and OD. And that is covered in my Remuneration Committee report, which we will return to further on the agenda. So I think that brings me to the end of a somewhat complex report, unusually. And over to you, Jason, I think for more relevant matters to our audience in terms of your update report.
Great, thank you, Martin. There's a number of areas I want to draw out for board's attention this morning in the usual narrative. So if we can go to section 3 first, on page 3 of the report, and the bottom 2 dot points there. I just want to go a bit further on the road shows that you mentioned, Martin. So last week we held a series of road shows across Wales, 9 events in total, updating colleagues from across all directorates and teams on a range of issues, both what's happened in the last 6 months or so, and then our medium and longer term plans for the organisation. We also spoke about our longer term strategy and some other more kind of operational issues, as well as the behaviours, launching the new behaviours that you've mentioned. We saw something in the order of about 500 people all up across those 9 events through the week. Across the country as well, geographically dispersed to try and touch as many people as possible. And in addition to that, we also held a managers symposium, a leadership symposium in Mid Wales earlier in the month, where we were able to, as a leadership team, so a national leadership team with our top 100 or so managers, again, talk in a bit more detail about our change agenda, our transformation agenda, and the challenges that face us in the next year or so. So good engagement with both frontline staff, those in corporate roles, in clinical contact centres, in 111, and of course the leadership team over the last 2 to 3 weeks on the issues before us. If we then go to the bottom of page 3, starting at paragraph 4 here, we can see we've touched on this before, but I'm really pleased to be able to confirm now that we do have the mental health practitioners now in with us, and the final cohort or second cohort of those will start with us early in April. And that's going to make a big difference to how we manage mental health patients going forwards, and I'm really pleased to see that. And I also just want to draw out paragraph 5 here as well, with work that's going on with health education and Improvement Wales around our mental health workforce. And you'll see there that consultation is underway, closing very soon. So that's good progress too. If we then forward to paragraph 16, I'm delighted to see now that our shadow board, so this is for assistant and deputy directors, part of a development program, is now active, being supported by Kevin Davis, vice chair, as the chair of the shadow board, and this is an opportunity for aspiring directors, aspiring senior leaders in that assistant and deputy director group to acquire new skills to ready them for operating at board level. So really pleased to see that going. That's a good part of our succession planning for the future, and a great opportunity for people to develop. If we then go forward to paragraph 24, this is a paragraph just touching on the commemorative coins that we've issued to all our staff in recognition, all our staff and volunteers, actually, I should say, in recognition of their fantastic work through the last 2 years of the pandemic. Initially, these coins were struck as a token of thanks and recognition early in the pandemic at the end of wave 1, and clearly since then, with 2 further waves and the latest rising cases now underway, we have extended the eligibility criteria to the back end of last year. So we will see a larger group of all of our people receive one of these coins in recognition of their efforts through the pandemic. And I think that's important for us to say thank you to our people for the work they've done in really difficult circumstances over the last 2 years. And of course, that was a feature of our engagement sessions last week too. If we then go on to paragraph 36, EPCR is now live nationally, which is great news. The last health board is going live as we speak, and that's in South Wales in AB, and that follows all other health boards which are now live with the new electronic case card. So that's phase 1, if you like, of the rollout nearing completion. There is a further phase of development which will see connections to other systems such as the Welsh Clinical Portal, giving access to patient care records and so on for our people. But the case card, the base case card, is now live with the new electronic system, which is great to see. Paragraph 39 talks about our current challenges with attendance and sickness. Now, this will be a feature later on the board, so I won't board agenda, so I won't talk too much about this now. But we did talk through this particular challenge for us in our engagement roadshows last week. This is an area that we do need to work together to see improvement on, and I'm sure that as we've now come out of the pandemic and we're seeing the impacts and effects of the pandemic subside, we will see a return to perhaps more normal levels of absence amongst the workforce. Excuse me. Paragraph 47 talks about roster reviews. Now we've got a national roster review underway as part of the demand and capacity review, which was collaboratively undertaken with commissioners and trade union colleagues in 2019. This will see a total of 34 additional ambulances, emergency ambulances across Wales on duty, and is supported by growth in the establishment of 236 whole-time equivalents that's already been funded by commissioners and largely recruited and deployed operationally. The roster review does see us change the fleet mix, so changing some of the fleet mix, having more ambulances and less rapid response vehicles. But the modelling that we've undertaken collaboratively with stakeholders shows us that is the better thing to do for patients and enables us to get a conveying resource to patients more quickly. Now, we have issued a quite detailed stakeholder briefing in the last couple of weeks to local leaders, politicians, council leaders, and so on the changes that we're making, detailing the history and the benefits that are expected, and we do see the work to develop those new rosters, which is being led locally by staff that will be working those rosters, coming to a conclusion for implementation in Q3. Paragraph 60 then is one of the final ones I just want to talk to. So here we have, hang on, let me just get the right paragraph up. Here we have supported a 2-week reset across NHS Wales. I think it's fair to say that we have seen limited impact thus far in some of the areas that we were hoping to see benefit, but from some of the schemes that we have deployed internally, there are I think some opportunities for us to go out further. We've extended at least one of those pilots through that 2-week reset to get some more data behind it, and we'll bring through the executive team and also then through board in due course kind of lessons identified or best practice kind of summary of what we've learned from that 2-week period. And there'll be a national learning event with other stakeholders across the system coming shortly. And then the final paragraph I just want to draw out, Martin, if I can, is 64. And this is that by the end of this month, so the end of this week, we will have largely doubled the capacity on our clinical support desk, moving us towards our new target of 15% of our work daily being closed through consultant close, or what we used to call hear and treat. We have seen days this month up at 14% closure through consultant close, and that's prior to the final cohort of staff being deployed in that service. So we are confident that we'll get to that 15% and that new target of closure of calls that don't need an emergency ambulance where it's safe and appropriate to do so by providing advice through consultant close with paramedics or nurses in our contact centres. So I'll stop there, Martin, and happy to take any questions on the report.
Thank you, Jason. I know you've been struggling a bit yourself with illness, so I appreciate the difficulty there presenting, but very comprehensive and illuminating report. Thank you. Are there questions or comments from people? Do come in with your camera. Kerry.
Good morning. Thanks, Chair. Jason, thanks very much for your report. It's very comprehensive, and I appreciate the breadth of the information in there. So 2 questions from me. Obviously, you've attended a lot of meetings since our last meeting on pressures, and I just wondered if you could just give us a quick overview on that. I know you've just touched on it with regard to the reset, but I know we've also talked about social care in the past, so a quick update on that would be welcome. And then my next question was around our collaboration with local authorities, and I know the Cardiff and Vale Falls project is currently coming to an end, but I just thought it was an opportunity to find out a little bit more about the engagement work with local authorities. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Kerry. So I'll probably ask Estelle to talk about the second one because she attends the RPBs for us and has also had some conversations with social services, social care, particularly in a couple of local authorities. On the first point about kind of the current situation on system pressures, I think it's fair to say that the pressure remains very high, substantial. We have seen record losses in terms of delayed transfer of care at emergency department in February, and March has largely carried on in the same vein. We've started to lose this, and of course this was always planned to be the case, that the military would start to exit towards the end of this month. We've lost the first group from this week, and they'll all be gone by the end of March. And so that does mean that our production our emergency ambulance production will drop somewhere between 10 and 15% by the end of this month. Now, excuse me, we've got just about 100 new people which are concluding their training as we speak and will be operational in April and early May. So that will counter some of that loss of military support. And as you've just heard also, we've got the final cohort of staff going into the clinical support desk to double the capacity in there, coming live this week. So both of those things will mitigate to an extent the loss of some of that support that we've had provided by the military. There are also a couple of winter schemes which, subject to a conversation with commissioners this afternoon, we will continue into Q1 as well. So that's cohorting at emergency departments where we've been operating that for them, and also third-party ambulance support. Now, collectively, they won't give us the level of capacity that we've had in support from the military. So the next few weeks are going to be challenging for us. There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt about that. The next few weeks are going to be a challenging period for us. Now, you know, we've started to signal this to the community. There's a piece in, I think it's Wales Online, running today, where, you know, the community can help us, help them through this difficult, what will be a difficult period, as the military support withdraws. You know, by only using us when they need to and accessing healthcare through other means, particularly 111 and local pharmacies and so on. We will, of course, continue to prioritise the sickest patients and always go to them first, but with the level of pressure across the whole of the urgent and emergency care system, it is going to be a challenging period for us. Now, there are things that we need to do internally. One of those, or two of those I've just touched on. The roster change is one, because we know that gives us efficiency, which will support quicker responses to patients. And of course, attendance is another, and we are working on that. But I do think it's right to say, you know, the next couple of weeks are going to be difficult, and regrettably, you know, less serious patients are going to wait longer than we would like for their emergency ambulance.
Thank you.
Estelle, do you want to come in on the local authority stuff, particularly with the RPBs?
Yeah, will do. Bore pawb, good morning. Thanks for the question, Kerry. And as you know, we're in the foothills of this, I suppose, and it's like giving birth to an elephant. It's quite a long gestation period. And we've been on the RPBs for quite a while now. We're now on 5, or the subsets thereof. So that's grown over time. And as you know, the RPBs themselves are maturing and evolving. But I think what we've seen, certainly in the last 6 months, is a greatly renewed appetite from local authority partners to talk to us about what we can do collaboratively. I think the thing that has been the real blocker, because we started these conversations the early part of the autumn, has been the winter that we've had. So we've just started to resurrect those conversations now. And I think they all stem from the same place, where we know that we have too many people going in to hospital for reasons that perhaps could be avoided if we could galvanise our resources collaboratively across the health and care system, not just us as WASP, but obviously across the health and care system, prevent those admissions in the first place. And you'll have heard me say before, Kerry, and others will have done, that, you know, it's the case of Mrs. Jones, who slips when she goes to the loo in the middle of the night, can't get up, blah de blah. Our teams show up sometime later, anxious about leaving her, particularly if she's on her own, you know, befuddled, etc., and then gets admitted to hospital, and then that whole world of pain that evolves from there, from all of us, for all of us, not least of which is the patient. So a lot of this stuff is about the stuff that we can do pre-admission to avoid admission, by using those resources more sensibly, and also potentially hive activity off at source. So, for example, and this is the work we're exploring also with mental health, as you know, is having other practitioners in the control rooms to try and deal with those calls as they come in. So, for example, you know, potential to host a social worker to look at what can be done. We've had some interesting conversations, particularly in the Gwent area, the Aneurin Bevan area, around how things could and couldn't work. And there are mixed views, I think it's fair to say, amongst all local authorities about whether it's better sometimes to go for a regional approach across an RPB footprint. So an RPB covers the health board footprint, but in the case for local authorities, that can be 3, 4, 5 different local authorities. So is it better to have a regional approach or a more localized approach. And of course, for us, it's difficult because in the case of North Wales, you've got multiple local authorities. So if we had 6 different sort of configurations of care there with local authorities, that would make it very difficult for crews who, you know, go across borders quite easily, whereas a regional approach would give us some consistency. But for local authorities, their services are not mirror images of themselves, even in neighbouring authorities. They have different setups. So it's quite complex to work through. Charlotte Walker, who's our older people's lead and works in what is currently Wendy Herbert's team in the Quality Directorate, is doing some sterling work around bringing together some practitioners from local authorities to try and work through what our options are, I say particularly in Gwent, to understand what might work and what might be scalable. We'd hoped we'd have made more progress by now, to be honest, Kerry, but as I say, if we can keep this dialogue going, I think it's fair to say that it's an improving trajectory. We're getting more traction, but it's going to take time because these are conversations that probably we haven't had in this depth before. But I think everybody across the health and care system realises, and it's an outcome of COVID as much as anything else, that if we are going to change the experience for patients, then it means A, doing things quite differently, and B, doing them far more collaboratively. I'm happy to chat more about this offline, Kerry, because there's a whole load of stuff underneath that.
Thanks, Estelle. Let's do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good questions, Kerry, which are probably a meeting in themselves, but that, you know, that reflects the importance of those issues. I am conscious of time. Paul, you'll have the last question then, I think.
Yeah, it's not a question actually, Martin. It's more about a statement. Jason, thank you for the report. It's very comprehensive as usual. But a lot of those statements in your report belies all the work behind it. And just a couple of things. You know, the EPCR, we talk about it as if it's just do it, but the amount of work to get that up and running with our partners has been significant. And similarly, the peer review that was brought out on the major trauma service, again, a huge investment, a huge change in how patients are treated. And I just want to make sure that our audience realizes that behind those statements is some significant amount of work and a huge change for patient care.
Thank you, Paul. I couldn't have put it better myself. I think that's, I would absolutely endorse those comments. So, Jason, thank you for that report, and the prompted some important points from Kerry there. But conscious of time, can I ask that we now receive Jason's customarily comprehensive report? You happy to do so? Thank you. Thanks, Jason, for that. I'm sure we'll hear more from you later on as we get into this. At this point, we should take any questions raised prior to the meeting by members of the public. The last count that I looked, we'd had one question which was probably more about internal issues than external, but I'll just double check with you, Estelle, that that's the case, and whether the plan is to answer those questions offline through our WAST Live internal process.
Thanks, Martin. Yes, you're right. We've had a couple of deeply operational questions in from colleagues, which we have a WAST Live. If those colleagues are watching, we have a WAST Live, which is our internal platform for staff on Monday, and we'll address those questions then. We have one question which has literally just landed, Martin, and I'm probably minded to take it actually. And Claire, Claire Vaughan, if you're there, I'm going to put you on standby here because it's a well-being question really, and it's a concern expressed about the lengthy hours which some paramedics are working, and whether this is going to lead to burnout amongst our colleagues. And I wonder, Claire, whether you could just come in there in terms of the well-being offer, because we know that staff have been under a lot of pressure, obviously, for the last 2 years plus, but also that we've genuinely extended our well-being offer extensively in that time.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Estelle. So thank you to whoever sent the question in. Look, I think in all honesty, the length of shifts and long hours worked across, not just for paramedics, but across the whole of the NHS actually, is a common problem, and it's been one that we've been challenged with for many, many years. And you will know from our previous conversations at board and in our people strategy and in our wellbeing strategy that we have ambitions and aspirations to create a greater amount of choice, control and ownership for individuals about how and when they work. So things like self-rostering, where shift lengths can be varied, where we can look at shorter shifts for those who need them. There are a lot of people who like the longer shifts, but those longer shifts in these current circumstances, and certainly over the last 2 years, have been extended far more by delays outside of hospitals and by other demands on people where we have needed to be responding. So I think, as we come out of the pandemic, hopefully, and as we turn our attention back towards our wellbeing strategy, not just building on the robust wellbeing offer that we've got, but really starting to get into now that strategic wellbeing space around the design of work, working patterns, greater control and ownership, and work environments. I would hope that we can see and realise some real change. But yes, I think burnout, and we have heard Dr. Catherine talk about this many times. Burnout, fatigue, and sort of the burden of overwork across the NHS is a real challenge for us going forward. And we'll be talking, as we know, and as Jason said earlier, about our sickness rates shortly, and our plans to do that. And you will see within that plan there is a balance between sort of grip around attendance management, but also that the recognition of the importance of that strategic wellbeing agenda.
Thanks, Claire. Martin, we've literally had one more sort of question stroke observation land, which was in relation to that, I guess, and it's about how we bolster our staffing, which we know we have done and will continue to do, hopefully. And this is about the potential for the introduction of a student paramedic scheme. So I guess a cadet scheme, if I can put it that way, as opposed to paramedics coming in direct from university. And Claire or Andy Swinburne, I don't know whether you both may have a view on that or some insight into that option.
I don't mind starting if Andy wants to come in second. I mean, I think it's an idea that we've talked about for some time, years previously. Obviously, a lot of those developments have gone on to hold in the past couple of years, so we haven't been able to progress our plans in the way that we would want to. But we know that there are nurse cadet schemes that have been run through NHS Wales and very successfully and launched there. And I think we also see some quite successful cadet schemes through St John and other sort of colleagues. So it's not something that we've got a firm plan on, but Andy might have a further view. But I think in this coming next period, and as we refresh our people strategies, we need to be looking at those succession planning routes and how we're really getting to into the youth market now and encouraging people to come into a career in the ambulance service.
Yeah, just to back up that, I'd agree with you, Claire. This is, funny enough, a very topical issue this week that's been filling my inbox in a number of services considering that. And I think it does give us an opportunity to maybe reach out to some of the areas where we are underrepresented in terms of, both for my profession, but I think across the ambulance service sector. So yeah, a very topical issue, something I'd welcome in our future exploration.
Thanks very much, both. And Martin, as far as I'm aware, that's it at the moment.
Thanks, Estelle. Yeah, some interesting questions there and very helpful answers. And Paul in the margin there in the chat said that obviously our People and Culture Committee can pick up on the latter issues around cadet scheme, apprenticeships, call it what you will. Just conscious, Estelle, before we leave this item, that our first questioner who posted those in advance, we pushed that into our WAS Live process to go back to them afterwards. And then we've discussed what are essentially internal staffing issues from other questioners. So we just need to make sure that that response to our first questioner is as comprehensive as the answers we've given today.
Yeah, absolutely, Martin. We'll make sure we do that on Monday.
Brilliant. Okay, it's good stuff though. So a worthwhile discussion there. Thank you for your comments. We'll move on to a very important item on our agenda, which is around patient experience. And if we've got Wendy here, I think you're going to lead us through a video that you ran at the Quality Committee recently, if I'm correct.
That's correct. Thank you, Chair. So just going to introduce Hannah's story. We actually shared this at our Quality Committee recently, and it's a very impactful story in terms of Hannah and her family's experience of when they were in need of an emergency response. Actually, they were told that there was nothing that we could send. Hannah is known to our services through the patient experience team, and she's part of an advocacy group for people with learning disabilities. And we thought it was really important that we shared Hannah's experience wider than just the Quality Committee. So I'm hoping that Estelle's team can share that story for us this morning, and I'm happy to take any questions then after Hannah shares her experience with us.
What happened with my mum was that but the week before the stroke, her blood pressure was going really sky high, and it was making her feel very unwell. She went to the doctors, but he didn't want to give her medication for it. Saturday I went to Cardiff with my friend, had a lovely day. Then the next day, Mum was doing dinner. We watched Beauty and the Beast. Then about 9 o'clock, she said to Dad, I'm going upstairs. All I could do was bang in the bathroom. And I said to myself, that's Mum in there. So as she came out of the bathroom, I followed her in the room. I said, Mum, what's the matter? She couldn't talk to me. And then I knew something was wrong. I got her on the bed. I went to the loo, got Dad, and then Dad rang the ambulance. And they said that they'd be 2 hours, which is ridiculous. I grabbed the phone because I seen it on TV that they go like fast action ambulances when they go. And I felt quite angry about it, really angry. So my dad and my brother took her, and my auntie stayed with me until 1:30 in the morning. So they had an early start the next day. And they were ages in the hospital talking to the brain doctor? Yeah, the neurologist. And he's got her on medication now, loads of medications.
So what was she diagnosed with?
A TIA. A TIA. I was really scared because I didn't know what was happening to Mum. I was really scared. But luckily she's great now.
Things could have happened differently. What would you like to have happen?
The ambulance to come straight away.
So that was Hannah's story.
A powerful story, Wendy.
A very powerful, and I think we don't normally play the story at Trust Board that we would at Quality Committee, but I thought it was really important that the board actually experienced that story, because it is a very powerful story, and unfortunately it's probably not a unique story, but Hannah tells that story in such a unique way that the impact that that's had when that story's been shared has been quite powerful. Just as a result of Hannah's story, we've had several conversations with Hannah, a couple of things in terms of some of the learning that for the organisation that has been shared with us is the importance of the public messaging that the FAST has had. So when, as we know, in terms of on the telly and on our ambulances, and there's lots of communication around when somebody's potentially having a stroke, how important it is to get timely care and treatment. And because we were unable to respond to Hannah and that family at that period of time, that family were scared and frightened. And I think one of the key messages for us, and I think that one of the things that we've introduced into the ambulance, just into our CCC, because of system pressures, is we're actually telling people we haven't got anything to send at the moment, and the wait is likely to be an extended wait. And that absolutely gives patients and families informed decisions, so that if they have got transport into hospital, that they can make their way into hospital in those circumstances. And that was really helpful for Hannah and her family to understand, actually, it's going to be several hours before we can get to you. The other thing that we've discussed with Hannah is around the system pressures. And the impact the system pressures are having on our ability to respond for patients who need timely care and treatment. But I'm happy to take any further questions, Chair, and I think Bethan may want to come in there as the Chair of the Quality Committee.
Quite rightly, yeah, Bethan, do come in.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Wendy, for bringing that story. As you say, really, we had a lengthy discussion at Quest following that video, and we were all struck by how much impact that had on us. I think Hannah's story and the way she portrays it is so simple, it's so straightforward, and it's so very clear. And I think there's two phrases that jumped out for me and for other members of the committee. The first one, when Hannah shares with us that the family were told we would be 2 hours, and her immediate response to that was, that's ridiculous. And I don't think we would disagree with that, but it is unfortunately an indication of the system-wide pressures that we are caught up within and are a part of. And the second phrase I think that's really powerful is when Hannah is asked at the end, you know, what would you have liked to have happened differently? And she said for the ambulance to have come straight away. And that is so simple, and it's what we would all want, isn't it? And I know that we consistently discuss this and the impact on people when we are unable to respond in that way. What I did also want to mention to committee is that following the Quest meeting that we had, I did write to Hannah and her family to thank her for sharing the video with us, because I think despite the fact that this is not uncommon, unfortunately, as Wendy said, it is important that we still listen to these stories very, very carefully, and as Wendy's indicated, look to see what we can learn from this and what we can try to do within WAST to make the impact less on individuals within the community as they wait for us to respond, or as we tell them that we unfortunately cannot. So thank you, Wendy. I think it's important that we brought to Trust Board.
Lovely, thanks, Bethan.
Thank you, Bethan. A powerful message there. I'm sorry, I'm breaking up slightly this end. I hope you caught that. I think Hannah's message needs to stay with us, doesn't it? Because in a way she captured what we're about presently, which is to try and get a speedy and appropriate response to our patients. And her experience, sadly, is a reminder that that is not possible on all occasions presently. I think we simply need to hold that in our hearts as we go forward. It's almost our short-term purpose summed up in a way, isn't it? Emrys.
Yes, thanks, Martin. Morning all, bore da pawb. I think the story is very difficult to listen to, and we unfortunately listen to a lot of these. We also need to consider the impact on our staff who are having to deal with this sort of situation where they can't send a response. But I think it would be helpful, Wendy, if you also enlarged a little bit on the communication that I know you're doing with the health boards, so that they are aware of the impact of the delays in the system that are having on our staff as well as patients. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you, Emrys. So just for the board to be aware that obviously I'm new into the Executive Director of Nursing post as an interim. So I am meeting with my peers, my nurse director colleagues across NHS Wales, just to go through, and I've attended one of two of the quality committees just to observe in terms of some of the risks and some of the things that they're actually picking up on in their own quality committees. Just to provide assurance to the board as well in terms of, so we actually provide and produce at least a quarterly report for each health board. And in that quarterly report, it shares patient experience, it shares serious adverse incidents, it shares lost hours due to handover delays, and we have regular meetings with our executive peers across each health board to ensure that we've got some joined up working in terms of what does that mean, for example, for Comtaf or for an Iron Bevan or for BCU, so that they've got the unique data for their organisation that so as a team we can work together to try and improve the situation. As we know, unfortunately, at the moment, the system pressures are immense, and patient experience is not always positive.
Thanks, Wendy. It's good to know that we're not just sitting on these things ourselves, so much appreciated.
Lovely, thank you, Emrys.
A skillfully put question there, Emrys, which drew out the extent of the work that Wendy is leading to communicate with health board partners. So Wendy, thank you for that. A simple but powerful story. Sometimes simple is
the best.
The answer, isn't it?
Lovely, thank you, Martin.
So appreciate you bringing that to us. So you may catch odd words. We're now we're coming up to 25 to 11. What I suggest we do, as we're behind schedule, is take the next item, which is our integrated medium-term plan and financial plan, and then take a break immediately after that. So we've got half an hour for this item. So Rachel and I guess Chris, if he's with us, I know he wasn't well, we'll probably be doing a double act, just to be mindful that if we've got half an hour and want a discussion, it probably isn't possible to do a summary by way of presentation in full on the integrated medium-term plan, is it? So I assume you're going to give us some salient highlights, but I just want to make sure we've got enough time to have the conversation we probably need on the back of what is an enormous amount of work that you've done.
Thanks very much, Martin. Yes, so if we've got half an hour, Chris will come in at the end of my bit just to share some slides, I think, to just go through in a little bit more detail the financial plan, because that is something that has been moving until recently and may move, slightly further before we have to submit the plan to Welsh Government next week. So I will try to be brief, Martin. Hopefully the covering SBAR and the executive summary of the IMTP document does provide quite a good overview, and I'm going to pull out just a few things from that covering SBAR if I can, if that's okay with you, rather than go through everything in the IMTP. So just to say, obviously we are really pleased to be able to present this today. It's a 3-year plan, which is what is required by Welsh Government. As colleagues will know, originally this was meant to be submitted in January, but that's been pushed back across Wales due to the Omicron wave. So the recognition that organisations certainly over the winter period were very much focused on dealing with that wave, and so they gave us a little bit more time to get this in. We have had a number of discussions on this at board development sessions. So board members hopefully will be familiar with the majority of what's in this final document. The financial part of the plan, as I mentioned, has been moving quite considerably. So we're pleased today that we are able to present to you a balanced financial plan. And Chris, as I say, will go through in a minute the key issues that are part of that plan. So if I'm just going to pull out a few things from the covering SBAR, you know, what we try to do in the plan is to you know, look at all the intelligence that is around us in terms of, you know, feedback from patients and colleagues, and the story that we just heard now is one of those really important things that stays in our mind as we develop our plans, because that's, you know, that's what we're here to do, is to provide a better service for patients like, or for people like Hannah and her family. We've looked at all of our performance data, our quality data. We've looked at our risks that we you know, consider every board meetings. We've had a good, you know, consideration of the commissioning intentions that we have from our commissioners through EASC. And in particular, this year, it's new. We've obviously got the new 6 goals for urgent and emergency care published by Welsh Government this year, a few months ago, with some clear statements in there about the direction of travel for urgent and emergency care, and also the priorities for this first year in particular. And hopefully in the relevant section of the plan, you can see the particular things pulled out on goals 2, 3 and 4, which are particularly relevant to us, and the key priorities from a ministerial perspective and how we're responding to those through this plan. We're starting from a good platform. We've done well in terms of achievements in the last year, despite the continuing waves of the pandemic. And hopefully you'll see through the document itself again some of those really good big achievements that we've managed to do. So you can see at paragraph 6 in the covering SBAR that, you know, the engagement that we've had with various internal and external stakeholders, including yourselves as a board, but also with our commissioners, with Welsh Government, with TU partners. So there's been a fairly good engagement, I think, albeit we probably did it a little bit later this year because of Omicron than we might have wanted. And certainly I know my team are looking to how, as we move out of the pandemic now, how we can go back to a process whereby we start engaging much earlier in the year on what our plans will be going forward. So the plan obviously takes us through the key priorities for each of our main service areas. And all of this has got in mind, you know, how does this plan take us forward in terms of improving the service to our patients and to communities, and how does it take us forward in our journey towards our strategic ambitions? And so this plan, I suppose, sets out the next 3 years of actions that will take us towards those goals. So in terms of Gateway to Care, which is encompassing of our 111 service and our CSD, our clinical service that's provided by the Clinical Support Desk, you can see there the kind of key actions that we're going to be taking in this next financial year. And in particular, I think it's important to note that the funding that we had last year, which has been made recurrent into next year, which Jason mentioned earlier in terms of the expansion of that clinical service desk with another 41 clinicians, including mental health clinicians, is a really big part of our actions next year to maximise the use of those clinicians to increase our consultant close rate. That means that we will need to have a less reliance on ambulances. We'll be able to take fewer people to ED, thereby supporting flow throughout the system, as well as improving patients' care. So that's a really important part of that bit of our plan. But I think just to note, as in other parts of the plan, at present, the funding that we're getting for this area of our service is essentially static. So the services that we grew and developed last year will remain into next year. There's no further growth in that service planned at the moment or funded at the moment. In terms of our EMS service, this is the key, I think, to really be clear about this, and the plan really sets out the worries that we have around the length of time that it takes sometimes for us to respond to patients, just as we've just heard earlier. And so it is really critically important for us to be able to do everything that we can as an organisation to improve that position, recognising that, of course, there are some factors which are outside our control. So, for example, in the plan, you'll see, as we talked about before, we've had an increase in the acuity of calls, which has an effect on our ability to respond. So an increase in the number of red and proportion of red calls. And of course, we've seen, as again touched on earlier, an increase in the numbers of hospital lost hours, which affects our ability to respond to people. So what we've said in the plan is that, given all of those significant issues, we are kind of ready and willing to recruit additional staff, and we called that the transition plan, which we talked all through before, and we've said we could recruit up to 294 additional staff in this coming year, which would enable us to make sure that our rosters are fully staffed, enable us to fully staff a new service model called the Cymru High Acuity Response Unit, CHARU, and also to look at opportunities, for example, to increase our falls response services, the level 2 falls response services. Now, at the moment, the plan, I think, is clear that that funding has not been made available, is not available. We're continuing to work with commissioners on opportunities that might arise, and that is we will continue to work throughout the year on seeking that additional funding. But at the moment, we don't have the funding for that. So we, at the moment, have got a system where a plan whereby the current levels of staffing that we currently have will continue into next year. So we just need to understand that as part of this plan. But there are many, many actions which we are saying that we can do as an organisation. So I hope you could see in here that we've, for example, brought out a trajectory on improved absence in terms of abstractions. So we've actually set out a trajectory over 3 years for bringing that abstraction level down, particularly in the EMS service, but across all our service areas over the next 3 years to around the level that we set out in our demand and capacity review a couple of years ago, down to around 6%. So that's a really big part of our plan. Jason's mentioned the roster review, which is another way of improving the way in which our resources are used internally for best effect for patients. So that's in there. And we've also got work that we're continuing with our TU partners, just looking at the way we work, our workforce patterns, and particularly around post-production lost hours, trying to make sure we agree what the baseline is there and to consider together whether there are kind of appropriate and achievable improvements or changes we could make there to bring more hours back into the rotas. So hopefully the board can see in this plan that although there's at the moment no growth in terms of additional capacity, there is a lot of action being taken to make sure that the resources that we do have will be used to as best effect as possible in the coming months. And then in terms of our ambulance care service, which encompasses our NEPT service and our transfer and discharge services, we've got a number of actions arising from the demand and capacity review that we did last year, which are around how we improve the efficiency and effectiveness of that service. But we are also going to be talking very clearly, and we've got a meeting with commissioners later today about how we start moving now on what's called the eligibility criteria for NEPs. So people who've been in the board for a while will remember that there is guidance in Welsh Government in terms of how people can access the NEPT service, and we are continuing to work and discuss with commissioners whether they're for people who are not technically eligible for the service, whether there's a way of actually supporting those patients to find alternative methods of transport to hospital. We don't, we want to support people to get to their planned care appointments, and that's important to recognise. But that's a piece of work that we'll be continuing with our commissioners over the next short while. And also importantly is that we, over the course of the next year, it's very much a commissioning intention as well. We're going to be working with commissioners to develop a model of transfer and discharge services which could be replicated across Wales. And board will remember we set out a new transfer and discharge service in the Aneurin Bevan area when the Grange Hospital opened. So the commissioners are looking to how that could be replicated and built on, and learning from our experiences there, and we could roll that out across the whole of Wales. And then, of course, the plan includes a whole load of actions which are enabling and supporting actions in terms of our people, innovation and technology, our infrastructure, and our partnerships. And all of the plan is built on our fundamentals, which we've set out before, which are, we need to be quality driven, clinically led, and value focused. So you'll see in the plan the various actions that we have got in place in all of those areas. So the last thing I just wanted to raise, really, I think, before bring Chris in, is that there are some risks set out in both the covering SBAR and replicated in the document itself. So I've already mentioned, and Chris will talk about, there is a risk around availability of revenue funding. And at the moment, the revenue funding that we have going into next year is broadly the same as what we've had this year in terms of continuing developments that we agreed last year. So we haven't got further growth. So that is a risk in terms of our ability to do everything that we want. Chris will talk about the capital availability, which is a risk. We know, working with internal and external stakeholders, there are risks around that, and we have mentioned here that we are and will be doing a lot of work to build our relationships and our working patterns with TU partners, because to deliver this plan, we need to do that very much in collaboration and partnership with them. But similarly with our external stakeholders, particularly health board colleagues, but also more widely, we need to get their support as we start to build towards the future and our kind of strategic ambitions. And I'm also just going to pull out the risk there around capacity within the organisation. So colleagues may recall that last year in the IMTP, we were talking about building corporate capacity to support and enable a lot of this change. Some of that development has occurred in the last year. There's no further growth planned in corporate support going forward into next year currently, in terms of funding availability. And so there are risks and ongoing discussions internally about how we manage all of this change and support all of this change going forward. So those are the key things for me. I suppose perhaps what I haven't touched on very strongly there, but it does hopefully come through the document itself, is the work that we're going to be doing on our strategic ambitions. So we've set out in the last year, as you know, our ambition to invert the triangle, which is the way in which we articulate some of that strategy, particularly in relation to the EMS service. And there will be a very strong programme of work, which is a new programme structure that will sit alongside the other programmes of work that we've got in the organisation. That will be led and moved forward with as much pace as possible, given those risks that we've just talked about. But very shortly, we should be able to come back to board with an indicative plan in terms of the work streams that programme will encompass, timescales, leads, and so the board will be able to get a sense of movement as we move towards our strategic ambitions. So hopefully, Martin, that's helpful, and perhaps I can pass over to Chris before we have any questions.
Okay, thanks, Rachel. I'm going in and out at the moment, so I think I heard most of that. Very cogent introduction. I'm conscious that we've got about 15 minutes to go in totality. So, Chris, I guess it's a bit of a cut to the chase on the financial plan, isn't it? Fast-moving picture.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Rachel.
I know you're feeling under the weather, so I do appreciate that.
That's fine. Morning all. I'm Chris Turley, Director of Finance. So yeah, so what I'm going to do, I will share my screen if I can in a sec, just to show a few slides, just one or two really that will be important for the board to receive an update, as Rachel and you said, Chair, that the financial plan development this year has been more challenging. Certainly has been more challenging than in the recent past, and has been sort of late moving, if you like, in terms of getting to a place, and is still likely to potentially move slightly even now in the next week before we submit the final plan, although not in a way that I would hope now would impact on what we've now got ourselves into a place of for the 22-23 financial year, at least being able to present a balanced financial plan. I am mindful though that because of all that and the fast-paced movement of it in terms of the last week or so as well, I wasn't able to sort of present anything in terms of narrative or even slides to the Finance and Performance Committee only a week ago. So I verbally updated the committee on the development and where we were at that point in time, and the detailed narrative that's come out to support it. And we are keen to include, that appendix that is attached to the draft document currently now in its entirety, because it is quite a lot of detail in there around how the plan has developed this year. But as I say, I'm mindful that I was only able to do that as a verbal update last time as well. So I'm hopefully going to share my screen quickly with just a few slides on that basis. Therefore, just to update on where we've got to. In particular, I'm mindful that we've had a number of presentations over the last 6 months or so building up to this planning round. But in particular, we refer board members back to the Accountable Officer letter that was submitted to government, which was essentially a draft of our financial plan for, in particular, 22-23 that was submitted a few weeks ago. And what's happened since then, and how that plan that was drafted, and a deficit plan, if you remember, at that time in a draft context, has moved since then, which, at the time of submitting it, we were clear that our intention would be to, with commissioners and government support, as much as possible, move to a balanced financial plan. But obviously we clearly weren't at that point able to find a complete line of sight that will allow us to do so. And as Rachel, I think, briefly mentioned, the focus of the financial plan continues to be broadly on the revenue position, but capital is part of this update briefly as well, and is again sort of more detailed in the document. I won't go over this in too much detail. This is how we know it for now, but the one thing to call out on there in terms of a plan in 4 parts is that last bullet point, and that links very much so in terms of what Rachel's already described around from a financial planning perspective. The plan is kind of sort of built up over the first 3, which gets us into a recurrent position going into the year from where we currently are, but doesn't really at the minute allow for any additionality going forward from the beginning of next financial year onwards. Now, from a financial planning perspective, that's okay, if you like. It's neutral, because it assumes that essentially, any additional costs that will come on the back of that and supported by the system will need to be funded and matched by additional funding to support that. But obviously, it clearly has other impacts on what we want to do. That's just a very quick reminder. It's in the documentation of what we submitted. You saw this previously, but just to sort of remind where we're moving from. So this is probably the key slide in terms of what's happened since. So simplistically, there's been a lot happened since, and a lot of movement and a lot of variables within that plan that went in at the end of February have changed and been updated and reflected in the final draft of the plan now. But the 2 or 3 key elements is there has been updates in terms of income assumptions. Now, the biggest single one of that is a letter that was received by across the NHS in Wales last week, only earlier part of last week, where based on what was put into the plan, and as we described previously, that there was a plan that had a range of more typical type of cost pressures for next year, but then a range of a small number, but significant in terms of their impact of these more exceptional cost pressures, which are, as stated there. And now we know that the cost estimates of these are quite variable and volatile still, and they could be quite significantly different to what's currently within the plan now. But what government have done, without sort of nailing their colours to the mast, if you like, in terms of any values, because they can't any more than we can at this stage, a planning principle has come out that we can assume, based on a baseline that we'll still work through with government and commissioners in terms of what the costs eventually end up being over and above, we can assume that they will now be funded. And that had an impact of over £4 million on our previous estimate of the costs that was included at the end of February. Also, we're progressing, and we've still got, as others have mentioned already today, more discussions later today with the Commissioner on other developments, but in particular, we have got some further clarity, or hoping to get final clarity soon, of some further income, further funding through from commissioners as well. In particular, some of the costs relating to the backfill of the CSD clinicians that we've put in. Although we do have a plan B now in terms of managing some of those costs in the shorter term if that doesn't become available. A lot of work has been done on producing other costs. We have had to make some decisions that we've known around stopping things, taking things down that have previously been funded. We'd agreed some of that prior to the end of February. We've had to progress some more of that through March as well. We've further refined some of our costs, but we're still not there yet. There's other areas that are still ongoing, and we will need to continue into the year on. And we've got some clear assumptions within the plan as to what that means currently, and it's probably a worst case assumption funding wise for some of these elements, but we still need to work through some of them as we go into the year and manage the risk of doing so. I do flag that last one there. Normally we would have brought through the board today a budget setting paper as well. We usually bring that alongside, but as I say, because we haven't been able to run this through other governance mechanisms yet, we haven't been able to do that for today. I do have a final draft of it, and subject to approval of the trust board, from the trust board of the financial plan, the overarching financial plan as part of the IMTP today. It would be good if we can, maybe through a chair's action early part of next week, agree approval of that budget. So we've got a budget approved by the board as well. It's more of a technical document that sort of builds and translates and delegates the budgets from within the overarching financial plan. But to have that approved before the beginning of the new financial year would be good as well. So just a couple of tables. I won't go through these in any detail. They're in the narrative you've seen, but we have revised the core pressures. There's been some ups and downs in terms of some of the detail within some of that from the version that went in at the end of February. And as I say, even in this context now of the revised planning assumption of some of the eventual cost pressures being funded, we've revised as best we can some of the cost estimates of that, particularly around gas, electricity prices and fuel, which have significantly increased even in the last 2 or 3 weeks since we put the estimates in at the end of February. But as I say, the planning assumption now being that we will get the funding to support a level over and above an agreed baseline. It does still assume a significant level of savings. It did at the end of February. It does still now. That is fixed. There may be some discussions continuing with commissioners about how we might be asked to utilise some of this in a slightly different way that may change some of the presentation of this. If it does, it won't impact on the bottom line, and we need to be clear that that's the case. But we still got some significant savings plans, a 54% increase over and above the current year's delivery, as we knew that we need to deliver on. Excuse me. And that's therefore how the summary plan comes together with what was confirmed currently, what we're now assuming, matching some spend to some cost coming in. As I say, that's more so what the eventual cost will end up being, certainly for the item 3 there in terms of the system-wide pressures, and how this now presents itself as a balanced financial plan, particularly for 22-23. But I think it's also important to flag, it is a 3-year plan. It's a 3-year IMTP. It's a 3-year financial plan. But currently, even if we're now able to get ourselves as we are into a position to balance into next year and hopefully deliver against that plan. It is just a plan at the end of the day, and we have to do the delivery in year, and we'll need much stronger and closer scrutiny, no doubt, through Finance Performance Committee and elsewhere to deliver on that plan. The following years beyond that currently are likely to be much more challenging, even beyond next year, particularly with the outlook given at the minute. You can see some of the uplifts that are suggested there from that which was contained in the Welsh Government budget set earlier in the year. So we're going to have to do a lot more around, how we have a different approach to some of this, I think. And across the NHS in Wales, we were all collectively going to have to need to use, I think, 22-23, and even more so as a year of getting whole plans in order for how we will sort of get the whole system, ourselves included, into a financially sustainable position to meet those challenges of even tougher financial years to come. I won't go through them each line by line again. They're lifted from the document, as is that. That is just a complete lift and shift now from the detailed document you've got around the key risks, some of which I think have been factored in to the discussion already. They're not unusual, are they? We need to make sure we get the income that's in the plan. We need to make sure we deliver the savings. We need to make sure we can manage the costs within that budget. But also we need to do more, particularly the areas that we're going into the year with still an element of unknown and discussion and negotiations ongoing, and even some of those which may conclude a little bit further between now and next week. Finally, just on the capital, as I say, it's in the document again. As we know, we've already had a significant cut, 24% reduction in our discretionary capital. So that's what it currently means in terms of what that means. We do still have some more Wales Capital Programme funding coming in particular the fleet replacement programme. We'd be fortunate that that's been funded in full. But again, that's all basically committed. Based on what we're currently doing. So to pick back up on Rachel's point earlier in terms of the additionality, the transitional plan, not only did that come with revenue costs, there would be the corresponding capital, particularly around the estates and fleet, to support a lot of that. That again isn't covered in any of this. It's all about only doing it if the funding comes in some ways. But certainly is a risk in terms of the outlook of availability of monies to do that. So I'll stop sharing at that point. Chair, if that's okay, and apologies, that was very quick and a quick whistle stop tour, but I just want to take board members through that, given that, as I say, I wasn't able to do even at that pace or detail at Finance Performance Committee last week. But hopefully, members will be pleased with the progress that we've made in a very short period of time to get from where we were at the end of February to what we're likely to be able to submit next week now, with the risks, with the challenges, with the actions that we still need to take into the year to deliver on. But I am pleased to be able to present to the board for approval as part of the IMTP today, a balanced financial plan for the coming financial year.
Thank you, Chris. I know that was a bit of a trial with your feeling unwell. And thank you also, Rachel. Great document, the work that's gone in both in that sense and with the financial negotiations leading to a balanced budget, not to be underestimated. So we've got to, this is not the first time we've been exposed to this. The document's done the round, so we've had the chance to comment. Chris, you've been exhaustive in keeping us at pace of the financial picture. So to people watching, it's not a case of us seeing this for the first time and not having familiarised ourselves with it. So we're at the stage of getting towards the line. So Kevin, then Emrys.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Rachel and Chris. Really comprehensive. I'm at a little bit of an advantage because we took this paper in real time yesterday at the Shadow Board meeting, which I chaired. And I guess what I took away from it was the fact that having a balanced financial plan is really, really important for the organisation and at a critical time. But I also thought, as uncomfortable as it is in timing for us, I was assured by the conversations yesterday, which were quite detailed, around the activity, the expectation, and the ability to move forward. So I think Chris's suggestion of a very early chair's action is well made, and I think that's something we should consider for early next week. And just a point of conversation again yesterday, we on the inverting the triangle, the 6 goals of urgent emergency care, 2, 3, and 4, Rachel, you mentioned, but we also sort of looked at 6 yesterday. So that's about, avoiding readmission and avoiding admission in the first place, which is kind of fits with the inverting the triangles and our vision of not taking as many people as possible to hospital rather than, needing that secondary care input. So it might be worth just considering that goal number 6 going forward. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. Really good comments, and I'll take the point about the budget setting, and next week we'll come back to that before we close for a break. Did have Emrys, then Paul, then Kerry, then me, and then I think we'll try and stop.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. Just a quick canter through. Effectively, a lot of people have commented on this is not a new process to us. It's later this year. We discussed this at the Finance and Performance Committee, even though it wasn't a balanced plan at that stage. Overall, the committee was content to recommend this to the board for approval. I think the thing is really dynamic. I think Chris and the team have done a good job in sorting the finances to a balanced position, given that there is some risk. And even now, we don't know whether the changes the Chancellor has sort of announced on national insurance, for example, is going to be positive or negative to this. So it will realistically go down to the wire this year. But overall, the committee was content to support the direction, and that's given over the months that we've been discussing this.
Thanks, Emma. It's very helpful. Important that we hear from that committee in that sense. Kerry, then Paul.
Sorry, Chair. So as part of the Finance and Performance Committee, I'd just like to endorse Emrys's point. I think we've had a really good discussion on this. There was just a minor point from me, which I did mention in committee, around putting things right agenda. So I think from my perspective, I expected to see it to be more prevalent in the plan because it's a huge priority for us. And I think there's really excellent work in that directorate. So obviously it's implicit, and I think it's in, I think, section 7, Rachel. But it was just a quick question from me around the prevalence of putting things right in the plan. Thank you.
You're on mute, Rachel.
Sorry, apologies.
Okay. Don't worry.
We'd raised that, Kerry. Thank you for the question, and Wendy may need to come in. I mean, it absolutely is important, really important. I think it's partly why perhaps it's not as big a part of the plan as other, in terms of the narrative, is that it is something that we do day in, day out. It's a business as usual function for us, and what hopefully comes out is that not the process itself, but the action to try and improve the care and the outcomes for patients is really front and center of what this plan is. The PTR bit is the bit that kind of comes at the back, doesn't it, to try to, to try and sort things out when they've gone wrong. But hopefully right up front you can see that this plan is trying to address at its heart what does often go wrong, so that the PTR process doesn't then have to have so many things to deal with. But Wendy, sorry, you're best placed to talk about that.
I think you've said it very well, Rachel, if I'm truthful, in terms of the PTR bit is a thread right through the plan in terms of, and it's business as usual, and hopefully by doing the things that we've highlighted and set out in the plan, hopefully the PTR activity will significantly reduce.
Nonetheless, a worthwhile point, and one no doubt you can come back to. Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, a very good plan, I think, Rachel, Chris and team. Just a question in terms of how we use the plan, and what will we do to simplify it so that we can use it as a communication tool both internally to our staff, because it's quite a technical document if you're reading it cold, and also to our health board partners. So what are the plans to simplify it, reduce it, and have an easy read plan? Yeah,
thanks, Paul. That's a really good question. And we planned to do that last year, and in the end, Omicron and all the rest of it, that was one of the things that we didn't do. I know we nearly got there. We got a company working with us on how to visually present some of it, and we kind of nearly got that over the line. We just didn't last year. But absolutely, I completely agree with you. That is on my team's to-do list ASAP now to get that sorted for this year. So as you say, I think there's a lens from a staff perspective, and then there's a lens from a external stakeholder perspective, and we will be doing that as soon as we can.
I also wonder, Rachel, where the peer group, the director of the planning group, whether we can see the health board's easy read plans if they produce them, because their plans obviously affect us quite considerably. So it'd be helpful if they do produce an easy read, if we could have sight of those at some point.
I'll certainly ask. I mean, we will get access to their longer reads. We'll have all of that. But yeah, whether they've got easy reads or not, we'll if we can get hold of them, we will pass them around to people. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Rachel. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Paul. Stella, did you want to come in on that point?
Yes, thanks, Martin. Sorry, I couldn't unmute myself then for trying. Yeah, a couple of thoughts we've had, Paul, actually, are not a written version, but actually to use podcasts or videos to chunk it down, particularly for staff, because ultimately, if we don't take our staff on this journey, as we've talked about so many times before, then they need to understand what it means for them. Yeah, and so there's an opportunity to suck out some of the really key things and make very short, snappy videos or podcasts about, you know, what is this thing about, whatever the thing is that we choose from the IMTP, what does it mean for me, what difference will it make, and why are we doing it, you know, not necessarily in that order because I'm thinking aloud, but you get the picture rather than just, if you like, trying to condense the document, which actually isn't as long as it has. I think it's perhaps a page longer than it was last year, but compared to historic ones, it's really still quite brief, rather than just try and edit back and you've still got words, if you like, just trying to bring it to life for people. So I can pick that up with Rachel outside, but that's some of the stuff that we were thinking about.
That's really good idea, I think, because when we've had podcasts before, they've been well received. So yeah, good idea, Estelle. I would really support that. Thanks.
Brilliant. Yeah, thank you, Estelle. Comments from me very quickly. Firstly, budget setting, Chris. I'm glad you said what you said about let's try and get a budget agreed in full, in depth by the end of March. Offline, I'll talk to our board secretary about the mechanics of that. My preference would be that if we can make it almost a virtual board meeting, chair's action stroke virtual board meeting, get the maximum attendance there, that does justice to what's required. So we'll look at that because it's important constitutionally, isn't it, to agree a budget before the commencement of the new year. My second point is really, for I think, follow up from today. This has obviously been a very volatile plan to develop, particularly financially. And at the end of it, quite rightly, you've covered us for the baseline of ongoing commitments and emerging cost pressures, but we don't as yet have growth built into this. We got the order right, but of course this raises questions about capacity to improve response times in the forthcoming year. And having been party to a meeting with Jason, with the Minister early this week about, so when are things going to improve and what's the trajectory looking like, a big point for me is, based on a set of assumptions, what response times projection can we come up with over the course of the forthcoming year? Because I think there's an issue in there about public expectation and also political expectation from Minister and so on about improvement. So I know we can't answer that today probably, but I think it's something we need to give serious consideration to. I mean, Rachel, you pointed to the fact that there's a lot of internal improvements that will contribute. For example, if we hit our sickness trajectory, that would be emphatically important in this. And I'm not surprised, Jason, you've come on that.
Yeah, excuse me. Thanks, Martin. So I think the point is well made, and we do need to, in the absence of growth or additional investment to produce more resources, as Rachel has described, through the transition plan that we've offered to the system, we do have to now re-look at our performance modelling through the year in the context of the resources that are available to us, play in the beneficial impact of the roster change in Q3, play in the beneficial impact of the the attendance trajectory that we've now got agreed with commissioners and that's in the IMTP we're considering now. And also, once we've been through this part of the conversation internally, play in also what else we can reconfigure internally ourselves to release resources to point towards frontline services. Now, you know, if I decode that, what that means is we've got to give active consideration to what other things that we're currently doing that we can stop, do differently, or do for less cost, enabling us to point those resources to frontline patient-facing services in the absence of additional investment from the system to do that. Now that's that's going to be a very difficult discussion for us as a team and as a board, but it's one we've got to have. Now we've got the first session with the senior leadership team slated in 10 days time to get into that, but we will be looking because I think we have to, in the circumstances we now find ourselves, at what other things we can do beyond the savings we've already identified to generate cash releasing opportunities to further invest in frontline services to improve services to patients in the absence of that investment coming from elsewhere.
Absolutely support that, Jason. So I think that's a follow-up discussion. Rachel.
I was just going to say that just in terms of that modelling, Martin, our plan is to do at least a quarterly modelling of performance, expected performance. So you can see in the plan the April, you know, kind of Q1, what that's looking like, which hence why there is some nervousness around that. And we will, you know, the team are already looking at the next, you know, there's Q2, building in some of those assumptions, as you say, Jason, as we go through the year on sickness trajectories, roster review improvements, etc. So we will certainly bring that forward on at least a quarterly basis, Martin.
Thank you. I think in view of the time, we should draw this very useful discussion to a close. Integrated medium-term plan and the associated financial plan contained within it. So I want to check that colleagues are happy to do so. That's on, I think, the assumption that reasonable latitude is afforded to you in terms of the final submission to tidy things up. So not material changes, but you know, some latitude there with any typos or other things that you want to correct. So are we happy to do that? Thank you. Secondly, I think to endorse your proposition, Chris, that we seek to approve a detailed budget by way of sequel to this by the end of March, if at all possible, either by chair's action or by some kind of virtual board meeting, if we can do that. Are we happy to support that proposition? Thank you. And I think to add a personal touch, can we record with your support our thanks both to Rachel, Chris and teams for their Herculean efforts in getting us to this point with this huge document and a financial plan that goes with it. Okay. Thank you. Much appreciated both. Brilliant effort. So I'm just going to check exactly the time. It's 11:18. We are scheduled to have a break. We're obviously running at 15 to 20 minutes behind. So I would suggest cameras, mics off. We take 10 minutes out to return at 11:28 for the next stage in our business. We might need to have a quick look before we start then at timings to see how this is going to pan out. So let's resume in 10 minutes from now at 11:29. Thank you. Okay, are we happy to resume? Can everybody hear me? Okay, so sadly, my signal has been somewhat intermittent at this end, but we'll soldier on. So welcome back, everybody. There's a lot to get through. We're obviously running about 20 minutes late, and what I was going to suggest was that we get to the point we'd intended to this morning by overrunning slightly beyond 1 o'clock, such that the afternoon session begins as planned at 2:30 with the reports on the various committees. So it will simply mean a 10 to 15 minute overrun against the 1 o'clock break time, unfortunately. The second thing I was going to suggest, because I'm aware that Kevin Davis, our Vice Chair, is actually very constrained for time. Assuming Emrys has come back to chair the latter part of this morning's session after I leave for the ministerial meeting at 12:15. So Emrys, if you're happy to do that, we'll try and finish an item to coincide with 12:15, and you can pick up the reins from there and see us through to the planned agenda point for lunchtime, if that's okay. Good. So without further ado, let's crack on. Our next item is very important, quality and performance management framework, which I think is over to you, Rachel. This is probably a loaded suggestion, which is this has been through the discussion route at board development session. We've had a lengthy look at this excellent document, which we're asked to approve. So I would probably suggest that we can gain some time here by not repeating that discussion, given that we're very happy with the direction of travel. But I'll leave you to introduce it nonetheless.
Yeah. Well, I completely agree with you, Martin, and I was going to say something similar in introducing this. So happy with that. Exactly as you say, we've actually had this has been through F&P certainly a number of times as it's been developed over the months. It's been to all of the committees. I think we had a good board development session on it recently, so I'm pretty confident that most people around the table today are supportive of this as a way forward. So all I will say is that I think the main thing for me is that this is a framework. That framework is something which will now need to be applied across the organisation, and in particular, I'm really keen that it's applied at all levels of the organisation, so from board to frontline staff, so that we see that kind of golden thread running through the organisation of people and teams all aligned in terms of common direction, common understanding, common ways of seeing things, and all very much supported with the resources that they need to be able to continuously improve quality and performance. And I think just for the record, I think I will just pull out as well that this is a quality and performance management framework. Previous frameworks in this organisation have been labelled planning and performance. So this brings on together all aspects of quality and performance into one framework, and I think there's a real strength to that, which will be very important going forward. We've established a steering group who will now work on this application of this framework throughout the organisation, and F&P have asked that we have at least 6 monthly updates from that steering group to F&P with the work that they've done in rolling this out across the organisation. And the last thing in the S-bar, you can see, similar to the point that you made, Paul, about the IMTP, we think it's important that we condense this down now from a relatively technical document, again with quite a few complexities to it, to a very simple something. Perhaps we can use podcasts again, something to be able to explain to the rest of the organisation what this means and why we're doing it. So we'll be doing that as soon as we can as well. So I recommend the board to approve it. Thanks very much.
Brilliant between us. We've got through that very quickly. Kevin, did you want to comment? And Emrys, obviously F&P chair.
I'll let Emrys go first as F&P chair.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Martin. Yes, just to say that at the last meeting, we finally went through the document with Rachel and the team, and we were content to approve it. And we are keen to now start seeing the organisation develop its metrics from the board to the floor, and start pursuing some improvement actions, and then the WIN team will obviously feature in that as well. It's a great starting piece, a lot of work gone into it to fine-tune it, and the committee recommended to the board for approval.
Excellent, thank you. And Kevin.
Just very quickly, I think Em said most of what I was going to say, except that the one thing that I'm seeing now is links between the IMPT, this piece of work, IMTP, this piece of work, and the board assurance framework. So, you know, there's a golden thread down and in, but there's a golden thread in these strategic level papers that we're looking at. And I think that's a really exciting way forward. The key thing will be the ownership for all constituents in the organisation. And I think you know, that's the ambition that we need to drive at. So thank you.
And I very much like the word constituents, because it implies, you know, you're part of something, doesn't it, with authority within the organisation. So without further ado then, on the back of those glowing accolades from the floor there, are we happy to, having considered this report in numerous fora, are we happy to approve it? Thank you. Okay, Rachel, well done again. Excellent piece of work.
Martin, excuse me, cutting across you. I think you got Martin Turner wants to say something.
Apologies, Martin.
That's okay. I had my hand up and I was waving and I pressed the right buttons, but obviously the communications. Just to say, I welcome this report. And I had because I couldn't attend the board development session, Rachel got in touch with me and we had an hour discussion on it. But I just wanted to add, under item 10, there's a section on roles and responsibilities. And one of the issues I have with this isn't, I still welcome it, I'm going to support it, is the development of the role and responsibility of the board, the executive team within it. I know in section 6 it's interesting because Rachel made the point in section 6 that we try whatever possible to identify individuals rather than teams for responsibility for delivery of performance. And whilst I accept that up to a point, I still think there is a team responsibility, whether it's the board itself, whether it's the executive team, and so on. So I think, you know, that's the only reservation I have about the report, because I think it is a very welcome proposition, I guess, to take us forward. And the only other, it's a very specific one. It's the director of operations. I assume, you know, he is a sort of addition to the board in many respects of recent years, and it says there, it talks about his role and responsibility, and I believe he probably has a responsibility for delivering on the financial objectives of the organization, albeit that our finance director supports that individual. But I would have thought the director of operations specifically has the biggest responsibility to deliver the financial plan, and that should be recognized in the roles and responsibilities in this document. That's it. That's all I wanted to say, Chairman.
No, those very helpful comments. Rachel, did you want to offer any thoughts on that? You're still on mute, Rachel.
Sorry, apologies. Yeah, so I think, you know, as you say, we had a good discussion about this, didn't we, the other day, Martin? I suppose the complexities of that are something to work through as we look to how we roll up, how we apply this framework. So what I'd suggest, Martin, or both Martins, is that we take that point into the steering group and try to, you know, think that through, what that means in practice, in terms of ownership, as we start to apply the framework, and come back, you know, the next time we update where we are, have some reflections on that into F&P at our next review. So you know, I think I'm not sure I can kind of give a firm view on that. I think it's something that we've got to work through. But it's a very helpful reflection, I think.
Yeah, and on the specifics around roles and responsibilities within the document, I mean, I'm sure we're not averse to refreshing the document as needs be.
No, absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
We can pick up any points there.
Yeah.
So we'll record those points, Martin. Well made. And let's not lose them. Obviously, there's a degree of pragmatism today, and hopefully signing this off as I cut across you. Emrys.
Yes, Martin makes some really good points, but we need to start, I think. And from my perspective, this is now really with Jason and EMT to kick off. So it's how do they get assurance from the organisation? How do they cascade that down through ADLT and then out into their different directorates, etc. So I'm comfortable with that in a few words, if that's necessary at the point. But I think from my perspective, it's now into let's start moving with it, and I'm sure there'll be other little things that we need to tweak along the way as we get into it and move forward. So, but you know, I'm with Martin in his sort of thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. So let's just notwithstanding Martin's points, in other words, not forgetting Martin's points, we're happy to endorse this document as it stands as the important start, on the assumption obviously it's going to be the subject of more work and refinement. Okay, so a degree of pragmatism, and we'll record those points of Martin's in the minutes so they're not lost. So thank you to all members of your team, Rachel, for the work they've done on this. I know there's some brains in the back room there who've been crafting this document to support you. Okay, we're going to move on to item 11. Gets us into the second half now, which is the Board Assurance Framework and Corporate Risk Register. Trish, so I think we're in your safe hands.
Thank you, Chair. The risk management program of work is included in the IMTP, and part of that revised framework will include a revised BAF, Board Assurance Framework. However, over the next 3 months, we're going to be developing a transitional BAF, which builds on the work that's been done to re-articulate the highest rated risks that are in this report. The Audit Committee earlier this month agreed that this was an appropriate approach and would allow us to both re-articulate the risks and review current controls and assurances, but also demonstrate the actions to mitigate the risks in that transitional BAF. That's why you don't have the usual Board Assurance Framework document before you at this meeting. However, the key risks are as set out in the Corporate Risk Register in this paper, and they will continue to be reported until that transitional BAF document is developed over the next couple of months. So the board will see on page 4 the result of the work that's been done to review those high-rated risks 223, 224, 199, 316 and 160, which show new risk titles and summary descriptions. And the board will notice that those summary descriptions are in the form of an if, then, resulting in. And that's intended to draw out both the risk, but also the impact with more particularity. The current controls and assurances for those risks are being reviewed and mapped across to identify any gaps and to set out the actions to further mitigate the risks. So you'll see at this stage, for these 5 high-rated risks, the scores have remained static for all but risk 160 related to high sickness absence rates, which has moved from a score of 16 to a score of 20, and for 316 related to the potential for increased personal injury claims due to COVID, which is actually reduced in score from 16 to 12. You'll also notice that one risk 224 has transferred ownership to the Director of Quality in Nursing, given that it relates to patient safety. The EMT, the Executive Management Team, have reviewed and approved the new titles, the summary descriptions, and the movement in risk scores when it came to them a couple of weeks ago. The corporate risks are as set out in Annex 1, and it includes these new titles for these highest rated risks, and we'll continue to report on these corporate risks as we develop that transitional BAF. Two risks, Chair, have escalated in the period, and they're set out at paragraph 15, related to maintaining strong TU relationships, and 16 related to cyber risk. They've also been re-articulated in the if then resulting in format, and work continues to draw out the controls and assurances and actions to mitigate those. Finance risks 458 and 139 at paragraphs 13 and 14 have both again been re-articulated and have increased in score when last reviewed ahead of recent discussions on the 22-23 finance plan. And as such, they'll be reviewed now again ahead of the next Finance and Performance Committee and the Trust Board in May. Chris may want to come in there, Chair, for those finance risks. However, I'll take the rest of the report as read and ask the Trust Board to consider the recommendations, please.
Thank you, Trish. I love the I broke up there. I could see that. I love that restatement of the risks in that punchy format, and I think we can take a lot of assurance from the fact that you've evidenced systematic review across a number of risk areas, particularly those high-ranking ones. So this is not a static, fossilized document. So that's, for me, a real source of assurance. Chris, I don't know whether you had any comment to make on the financial risk before we throw this open for any questions.
Just briefly, Chair, then, if I can. So just to add what Trish said, really, was that, and you saw previously, in terms of the discussion we've had around, the volatility, I guess, in terms of the plan going forward. So there's no surprise that during that period we've just, we've taken the view to escalate in terms of scoring the increase in risk of what are two risks now, and they are slightly separate. We've got the sort of more underlying sort of delivery of statutory duties, financial balance in reality sort of risk. But then given what's driven some of the challenges with the financial plan for this year, the specific risk 458 that we started to work up over the last few months around making sure, and whilst we might have got to a place broadly for next year that we've, so going into the year, I've got to a place that's balanced for those items from the current year. The risk is still live in the future, I think, in terms of the ability to make sure that when we do make commitments, as much as we possibly can, we have a line of sight to the current funding to support them. They're both at the level, at this stage, I think it is still right, even that, during the last 2 weeks or so that we managed to get ourselves now into more of a balanced financial plan for next year. But inevitably, as Tricia said, as we go through the first quarter and beyond into next year, we'll continue to review them in a dynamic way, as you say, and we might be able to, depending on delivery in the first 6 months of the year, particularly for the one sort of reduce the scoring again. But at this stage, given the volatility in the plan and the higher risk of what is still a balanced plan going into next year now, but the delivery against that, I think this feels about right to flag that to board at this level.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Appreciate those comments in expanding out what Trish has covered. Bethan in the margin there has expressed her strong support for that re-expression of risk. Paul is saying the same. So I think you're on the right lines here, Trish, with the way this is coming through. I had one comment on paragraph 17, which is about risk 201, trust reputation. Very much welcome the fact you're going to look more closely at that, because I've got to say, and this is just the worry list of a chair talking to outward facing partners and also picking up some sense of public opinion, I think we very much have to be, I've paused there because it broke up again. I think we've got to be very much aware of reputational risk, because it is evident in some of the media coverage around public concern at response times. That plays through into the politics. So very much welcome the fact we're going to look at that, and that probably links across to the reputational audit work that I know Rachel is doing as part of the strategic planning. So welcome seeing that come through in due course. That's prompted a couple of hands to go up. Estelle, probably on this point, then Martin.
Thanks, Martin. Yes, we've actually already reviewed the risk with a member of Trish's team, and I've made it very clear in EMT that by the end of this month, I will have wanted to have reviewed that risk in terms of looking at potential escalation for all the reasons that you outlined. So that work is already in hand. I chose to tread a bit of water rather than do it immediately to see how this month played out. But given how it is playing out, then I suspect that that risk will escalate for the next quarter.
Yeah, understood. Okay, thank you for that comment, Martin.
Yeah, two comments. Well, one, I prefer this presentational approach. It's much easier to read and understand. But just one comment is on the executive owner of 160. It comes back to something I said earlier, really. It's got the ownership of the high sickness absence rates as the director of workforce. And I'm wondering whether that should be the director of operations. You know, coming back to the, if you're going to have one person, it's a bit like it comes back to the finance issue, doesn't it? It's the same thing. You know, the role of the finance director and the role of the HR director may be supporting and scrutiny roles rather than implementing roles. That's my main comment on this report. But yeah, I do like the presentation. It's easier to understand. And the other thing comes, sorry, there is one more. It was a point I made at the last meeting, and perhaps it comes on to the role and responsibility of the board in relation to these, is how much information the board should get on the top 5. We did talk about it, Trish, at audit committee, and didn't really conclude other than it was a discussion that needed to be had about the expectation at board level of the information that supports particularly the action that's being taken to mitigate the risks, particularly the top 5, not all of them, of course. But that may be, Martin, a discussion for another day. But my comment about the director of operations probably is the one I would like to have somebody's view on. I assume the executive team have assigned these.
Jason, I think you wanted to come in on this point, didn't you?
Yeah, thank you, Martin. And look, on reflection, and of course, you know, as we've redrafted these risks as Trish has described, on reflection, I do agree with Martin Turner's point, because it is line managers of the staff that are going to affect the change, clearly supported by the workforce and the OD directorate with advice and so on around policy and how we can manage some of the more difficult cases, but it's the line manager's responsibility. So I think a shift in the owner for the risk around attendance, as Martin Turner suggests, makes sense to me.
Yeah, I guess it's not simply one line manager, though, is it? Even though the director of ops is probably responsible for the majority of staff, everybody with their own team is responsible for managing that risk in their function, of course.
Well, that's absolutely right. But if we're talking about, you know, and it should, well, when we're talking about operational staff or staff within the operations directorate, clearly it is the director of ops and line managers there. But if we're talking about, you know, attendance in the quality and nursing directorate, say, then clearly it would be the director of nursing and quality and so on. So the principle I think Martin describes is right. But it's the line manager of the staff group that would be responsible for the risk and the mitigations, yeah, the controls, supported by the workforce director and the team there as appropriate.
So we've got Trish, then I think Claire. On the Trish, you want to come back on that?
Here, I was going to come in on Martin's other question about the risks that the board would see. So if you wanted to take Claire first on this point.
Okay, and then you can come back on that, and we can pick up on any sort of final points you want to make about moving this forward. Good discussion though, Claire.
Thank you, Martin. And I take all of those points actually, and I understand that why Martin Turner is saying that, and Jason's view there. I guess the only thing that I would offer to the board is the solution, whilst the management of absence and the ownership of the people sit with the Director of Operations, as they do, you know, the bulk of the organisation. The solutions and the work needed to develop the wellbeing agenda and the strategic wellbeing agenda, the culture of the organisation sit with the workforce and the workforce team. So I think it's absolutely an agenda that the Director of Operations and the Director of Workforce need to work together on very, very closely, organisationally, and collaborate on. Where the risk sits, I guess, is you know, semantics in many respects. But I can assure you that we have always worked very closely together as a team. And again, at this challenging time, I know that Lee and his team are wholly owning the risk around sickness and doing that and working very closely with the workforce team. So, I mean, I guess as the outgoing director, I would say, you know, my view is it should sit with the workforce director, because it's a broader organisational risk than just the operations directorate, albeit the bulk of people sit there.
Okay, interesting. The truth is, it's a mixture, isn't it? Because you know, those with staff reporting to them have that role to manage absence, but at the same time, you need a framework within which to operate that. Trish, your thoughts on this and Martin's other point.
So I think my thoughts were more around what the board will be seeing in the future, and I think that, you know, to give some reassurance on what will be included in the risk management improvement transformation program going forward is an intention that the board will be seeing the board assurance framework, a framework which sets out the risks to our strategic objectives, but there's a bit of a journey to get there, and that's what this transition BAF will give us. But the intention certainly is that it's those strategic risks plus the corporate risks that are linked to it, and part of that work is the framework of the policy and the procedures, so that we can be clear on things like ownership, although sometimes it is somewhat grey, isn't it? But those are the things that will be coming forward in the next year, and the audit committee at their June meeting will see the structure of that work over the next year, so they'll be able to give assurance to the board that has an appropriate program of work behind it.
It is evolving, isn't it? And the thought process behind it in terms of risk ownership is evolving. So we're not going to conclusively bottom that discussion today, but I think it's moved us forward in terms of understanding and that issue of individual accountability, which Jason particularly articulated at the road shows. Beth Ann.
Thank you, Chair. My comment is in relation to risk number 160, the high sickness absence. Having listened to the discussion, I can see both sides. However, whilst the majority of staff sit within the Operations Directorate, we inevitably do have sickness absences across other directorates as well. So in terms of the corporate responsibility of owning this risk and setting the right frameworks, ensuring the right processes and systems and support networks are in place, I would tend to agree with Claire Vaughan's last comment or two, whereby she suggested that should remain with the Director of OD, Workforce and OD. Having said that, the implementation of the frameworks and the systems and the processes, obviously that responsibility does lie not just with the Director of Operations, but with all the other directors as well of the different directorates. But in terms of owning this as a whole, that would be my opinion. Perhaps it's something we need to discuss a little more outside of this meeting. I don't know.
Yeah, it's the same principle as the money, isn't it? Budgets are delegated across the organisation, but you have to acknowledge the role of the Directorate of Finance in ensuring the framework and mechanisms are there to give people the best chance of success and to account for how we spend resources. So it's a parallel to that. Trish, I think we simply have to acknowledge that inbuilt tension in this, and that this is part of the development of this going forward. There are clearly professionals on the board executive team who hold the ring on certain subjects, who set the framework, whilst others may be responsible for the nuts and bolts delivery. That's the nature of the beast, isn't it? I think that's probably as far as we can go at this point with this. The great thing is we've had a discussion in some depth about what risk is about. So Trish, are you happy with where that discussion has got to? I mean, it's taking the lid off a number of things, but from my perspective, I think it says that we've fulfilled the obligation to take assurance from this. There's been positive response, and to note the work that's ongoing. Are people happy that we bottle what we've discussed today? Tricia, you're aware of what's been covered, and that we, for today's purposes, note the report and the assurances provided. Okay, so thank you. This is fast moving, which is good, and will evolve further. I'm going to move us on. We're now up to just after 12 to the WAST approach to improving attendance, which I'm guessing, Claire, you're holding the ring on, the very point that we were discussing. Who's improving attendance? Well, you're setting the framework, but managers have a huge part to play. Now, I have to depart at 12:15. So what I was going to say to you, Emrys, if you would be so kind as to be attentive to this part of the discussion, I will just seamlessly drop out at that point. And if it's still running, if you'd be so kind as to draw it to a conclusion and move on through the rest of the items that take us up to lunch, I know I will be in safe hands.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
And a chance for some exhibition chairmanship in your last board meeting, of course. So Claire, over to you.
Thank you, Martin. So, I mean, the very fact that we've touched on sickness at several points already during this meeting, I guess, sets the scene to what is an extremely important issue in the organisation, and increasingly a source of internal and external scrutiny and challenge. The paper sets out, the context to sickness. So when I look back over our sickness rates, you can see that sickness peaked in December of 2021 at almost 12.5%, but now appears to be on a downward trajectory. So we saw the rates come down to just over 12% in January and just under 11% in February, so 10.9%. And that's in line with what we'd expect to see with seasonal trends. The paper also points out, I think, and highlights the fact that our lowest rate of absence was in July 2020, where we got to the rate of 5.6%. But then by December 2020, it had almost doubled back up to sort of 10, just over 10%. And that really has been the start then of a sustained period of more than 12 months of very high sickness absence rates throughout the pandemic. And those sickness absence rates, those high rates we've seen across all of our frontline patient-facing services. But the highest rates we've seen have been within integrated care, so our clinical contact centres and 111. All those areas, I'm pleased to say, are showing a decrease, and there's been a significant drop in that integrated care section from 17% in December down to 10.5% now in February. And hopefully that's a trend that we will see continue. Now, the plan that Liz, and I'm not sure if Liz has been able to join the call yet, but Liz has been working very closely with colleagues across the Trust, and as I said earlier, particularly our operations colleagues, to develop a very structured approach to now helping us to manage a reduction in sickness absence. And the plan that we've got in place, I think, is both stretching and ambitious. It sets out a planned trajectory for the reduction of sickness absence. And for those eagle-eyed amongst you, you may notice that there is a slight difference in the paper that we've presented here and the IMTP trajectory. But that's simply a case of timing, and because this is a movable feast and something that is proactively being worked on. So it's the trajectory in the IMTP that we are going to be working to. And that is a trajectory that has been developed by the senior operations team with Lee and Liz's support and the team. So as I say, very confident that they are very much across this agenda. That trajectory, I think, projects quite a sharp decrease and decline in absence over the next few months. Normal absence patterns do usually see an absence drop from March, April, and into the summer months. So at our lowest rate in that July 2020, our operations teams were running at around 6%. So one might reasonably say that it is achievable to get back to those rates. However, the impact of COVID has been pronounced and sustained. And so I wouldn't necessarily underestimate the challenge presented to us by sort of, well, the question that we had earlier about the long shift lengths for our frontline staff, the fatigue and a general sense of weariness across the organisation now, which we're seeing in our engagement rates and morale. So, and also the risk presented by increasing COVID rates within our communities, where we're seeing those go back up at the moment. And that always impacts, particularly in our short-term absence. So our short-term absence rates are probably about, I would suggest, 1% higher than they were pre-pandemic at the moment, overall and on average. So I think, the executive team has received the plan that Liz and the team have developed. They've supported the plan. There is an intention to bring regular updates into the executive team. I'd like to thank Liz actually for holding the ring on this and pulling it together in quite quick time for us. There were a few things I just wanted to call out, if I may, and take the opportunity to do in the plan itself. So I think I said this earlier, this project approach gives us a really structured and planned approach. And it's been well received, and it's got full engagement, I think. And we've discussed it also with trade union colleagues who have been supportive of that approach, and we need to make sure that they are fully engaged in its delivery. The plan gives us a balanced approach designed to ensure, I think, both a grip on the management of attendance and the support needed to all those involved. But it also gives a recognition of the importance of that strategic well-being and cultural agenda, as absence is often a symptom of broader organisational challenges. While I think many of the actions that we might see in there are not necessarily new, we do know that they make a difference. So, for example, we've seen in the past what a proactive management of long-term sickness caseload can deliver, and also how we can use data to inform and target specific hotspots and areas of concern to make sure the appropriate attention and support is offered. But something that is new in that plan to call out is the intention to conduct an attitudinal survey of staff, just to seek their views and understand what drives and influences absence, particularly, I think, relevant then to the understanding the patterns of short-term ad hoc absence, and also to test some of what we believe we know and at the assumptions that we make around patterns of absence in the organisation. I'm also pleased to see in the plan that we are now moving forward with something we were exploring before the pandemic hit us, and following some of the learning from our trips to other ambulance services, including the West Midlands Ambulance Service. So we are now piloting absence calls coming into a line manager rather than into the resources department. That's being piloted with some of our areas up in the north of Wales. So I'm pleased to see that, and I look forward to seeing whether or not that has had a tangible impact on attendance. And then obviously I would want to leave the board, because as you've mentioned, this is my last board meeting today, with a really strong recommendation and strongly advocate for the development of some of the ideas such as mandatory decompression breaks for frontline staff. And I genuinely think that if we can achieve this, it would absolutely set us aside and apart from others and other ambulance services, make us unique, and also have a significant benefit for our staff. But I don't underestimate how challenging that's likely to be. And we do need to work together collaboratively with our trade union partners and staff to deliver something like that. As I said, the plan's been discussed with trade union partners. One of the, and I know they're on the call, so they may wish to comment on it today. What I was struck by in the conversation that we had yesterday was the acknowledgement around the impact of verbal abuse on the attendance and well-being of staff working in our contact centre environments. And I know we've made significant improvements in the support we offer to our frontline EMS staff who are subject to violence and aggression, but there's clearly more we need to do to raise the bar within these contact centre areas. And that's reflected in general within the plan as well. So we'll be calling that out. And then I guess my final observation and comment is recognising that COVID's not gone away and its impact continues to be felt. So particularly, as I said, in short-term absences, but also in the number of long-term COVID absence cases that we have that are impacting on our long-term sickness rates. And much of that at the moment is driven by the national context and the national, policy interpretations of how we manage locally. And I believe whilst we expect to see a return to almost business as usual from the 1st of April for COVID absence, I do know that rise in community transmission and cases has led to some further discussions happening at the moment at the national level on this. So we just need to keep abreast of how those develop. So I think, Martin, that's all I wanted to say today on the plan. Again, I know Liz is on the call. If there are any specifics that the board would like to ask, she may be best placed to answer. But I hope that's been a helpful kind of overview of what we're bringing forward and delivering and what we hope is going to make a real impact in the organisation now in the next few months.
Thank you, Claire. Very much welcome this document and support what you're setting in train here. Few of the time, and I've got to join a prep meeting to meet the Minister. Emrys, it's probably best if I pass over to you now and quietly leave so that you can coordinate discussion, but just to leave you with my support for what's been put on the table today. Thank you, and I'll see you all at 2:30.
Great, thanks, Martin. Paul, I'm wondering, as Chair of People and Culture, whether you'd like to comment before I ask for other questions or comments.
Yes, thanks, Emrys. We looked at the plan at the last P&C committee meeting, and we recommend the plan for approval by the board. I think the important thing is how we monitor that plan and the impact of the plan that Claire has spoken about. So whilst the MT will be obviously monitoring it on a weekly, monthly basis, the PCC will be looking at how we are performing against that plan at its committee meeting. The other thing that I think we need to remember is that this issue about the pilot, it's very unusual in my experience that if a member of staff is contemplating sickness absence, that they ring something or some element of the service that's not directly involved in the management. And when we talked earlier about the responsibility of managers, if a member of staff would ring myself as a manager, I could have a discussion on a one-to-one basis about what might help that person either return to work or have a different leave. So it may be compassionate leave. That's very difficult if you're not speaking directly to your manager when you've got difficulties like that. So I'm really looking forward, and we will pick it up at P&C. I'm really looking forward to the outcome of that pilot, because we've said before that managers need to manage and staff need to have a relationship with their managers where they can be open and honest about their needs. And sometimes, unfortunately, for some of our staff, sickness absence is the only available option for them. And that can't be right, because it sets in train a culture that is not what we want to see. So yes, we will be picking it up and we will be scrutinising the development of the plan and the actions that are achieved during that planning period.
Thanks, Paul. Are there any comments or questions for either Claire or Paul? No, Bethan?
Thank you, Chair. A few comments from me. As Paul has already indicated, very much welcome this plan. I think it's a great plan. There's lots of different aspects to it. So we're not just trying to approach this in any one particular way, which I think is important, because that wouldn't work for all of our staff. So very much welcome it. I think it's a robust plan. I think it'd be really important that there's a lot of support from the centre, so from HR, in terms of supporting the frontline managers to be able to manage through use of this plan and implement the plan if we want to have the best impact from it. And the other final comment I wanted to make, if I can please, is within the report in the S-bar, it talks about there is a need to address our sickness absence levels in a sensitive way, and I fully support and endorse that, because whilst absolutely we do need to address this, I think sensitivity is important, because our staff clearly have, over the last 2 years, have experienced challenges and difficulties such as they or we, any of us, have never seen before. So I'm very pleased to see that there is going to be that balance in a supportive approach, supporting their well-being, not just a harder line. So thank you very much. Be interested to see how this is implemented.
Great, thanks, Bethan. Any other questions, Martin?
Yeah, my comment is only related to the targets. I don't think they're very challenging, actually. No, I don't know. Somebody's obviously sat down and decided that 10% is a good target for the next year, and 8% for the end of year 2, and 6% for the end of year 3. They don't sound very challenging. I'm wondering where those targets came from and why they will take 3 years. It's a question and a comment, I guess. I assume this is the executive team. I don't know, but it's in the report. It's in the first report, the outline or summary report.
Right, I see Jason's popped up on the screen. So Jason, do you want to comment, or shall I leave Claire continue?
Thanks, Emrys. Claire will want to offer a view on this too. I mean, Martin, they've come from me. That's essentially where we've landed on a cumulative year 1 10% or sub 10, cumulative year 2 sub 8, cumulative year 3 6.5, which essentially returns us to the pre-pandemic position. That's taken into account the starting point where we are now. So it takes into account the starting point now, the work that Claire's described that we need to do in some areas in the plan that's been brought forward, because this isn't going to be a quick fix. And experience tells me that this will be a piece of work that we need to step through carefully and slowly in a dignified way that's compassionate with our people, and helps them, particularly those which have been in periods of long-term absence, either away from the workplace or redeployed into other roles rather than those that are less substantive employment. It's going to take time for us to do that in a compassionate and appropriate way. So we may be able to, and I hope we do, overperform, if I could describe it like that, and end up on a steeper improvement trajectory. But what I don't want to do is set ourselves unrealistic expectations, which almost creates a culture we don't want, where managers then are forced to take perhaps more aggressive action than we would otherwise like. So this has to, I do want this to be balanced. We do need to see improvement, and we do need to see it as quickly as we can, but it has to be fair and reasonable, I think, in the circumstances that we find ourselves, particularly with the workplace pressures and the environment that our people have been exposed to over the last 2 years.
Thanks, Jason. Claire, do you want to respond?
Thank you, Emrys. And yeah, absolutely to agree with what Jason has just said there, and also to pick up one of the comments and Rachel's just reflected in the sidebar and something I said earlier, which is that the trajectory that's set out in the paper, this paper was written earlier than the IMTP section. This is a continuing piece. So there are some slightly more challenging targets in there. But we also recognise that the targets are linked to the rolling absence rate, not the in-month absence rate. And that's going to take some time to recover. It's going to need several months worth of much, much lower rates in order to start to see that really tangible reduction in the rate. So I think and there is such a lot of risk at the moment in terms of COVID and where that goes. So I think, it is, I'm going to probably disagree with Martin that whilst it might not seem on paper to be that challenging, I think it is going to be a challenge, and one that if we get there quicker, we will, as Jason said. But, I think we also have to be realistic after the 2 years that we've just had about the rate of recovery.
Okay, thanks, Claire. I can't see any other requests for questions. So from my perspective, I appreciate the plan. I think that's really a sound way forward. I recognise the targets are more stringent in the IMTP than what we've got here. So I think that's a good move forward. I recognise also the challenge that this will be, but I guess the analysis will be in the data that we're looking at, and what the implications are for individuals rather than a blanket number. So that I think is a good plan to move forward with. And I think the other key point is how this will be monitored and measured, as identified by Paul and presumably through his committee. So that's a summary of what I see as the key points on this. So as a board, we're asked to note and comment, and I think we've done that. We've got the comments already, and then to agree to receive project updates as time moves forward. And we can do that initially through FMP and then the report into board, and maybe specific reports as and when required. So if we're content to move on. Okay, thank you. Then item 13 is benefits and additional EMS investment. So I haven't got an S-bar for this, so I'm wondering who's going to actually lead.
Hi, Emrys.
Well done.
It's me. So
a volunteer.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've got a slide deck to share. I've just made a couple of tweaks actually to the one that is in the pack. So very small ones. Let me see if I can do this now. Different doing it on Zoom as it is from Teams, isn't it? We get used to how to do. Is that? Can you see that, Emrys? Is that okay?
Yes.
Is that coming up? Great.
Yes, can. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you. So I'm just going to whip through this. So we thought that it would be helpful to give the board an update, which is actually an update that comes to STB most meetings, and also is reported into the EASC management group regularly. And this is really where we get to where we find ourselves in terms of the demand and capacity review implementation. And as board members will remember, the review that was done 2 or 3 years ago now had a certain number of assumptions that were built in. So it considered the fact that it was likely that demand, incident demand, would grow by about 2.3% each year. It modelled an investment up to this point in year 2 of an additional 262 whole-time equivalents. It assumed that hospital handover delays would reduce to those seen at December 2018 levels. It assumed that abstraction levels from the roster would decrease to 30%, which was roughly in the middle of the pack in terms of other ambulance services at the time, which included as part of that a reduction, which we've just talked about, obviously, in terms of sickness, absence, abstraction. In terms of efficiency, it suggested that within the resources we had available to us, we should be able to increase that rate to 10.2%. And it indicated that by putting new rosters in place, we would be able to have an efficiency gain of around 72 whole-time equivalents. And if all those things were put into place, then the outcome, as at the end of December 21, so this is, they modelled on a couple of months just gone, they modelled that would mean that we would see a red response time of 67.3% and an amber one median of 35 minutes. So I think what we're trying to just articulate today is, we've had that investment, particularly around the growth in frontline staff. So it's having an assessment against all of those assumptions that were in the original model to determine, I suppose, the benefit of that investment. So just to kind of this graph pack is one that is, as I say, shared at East Management Group at every meeting, which is every 2 months. So this is the graph which says, so what's happened to demand. Now, actually, demand has gone up slightly, but of course, we had a big dip in the 2021 year because of COVID and the big waves which suppressed demand. So verified demand probably hasn't gone up quite by 2.3% cumulatively every year, but of course, what the model assumed was that we would see the same proportions of red and amber and green calls. So as demand went up, the proportions would remain the same. And as we know, and I won't go into at length, actually the acuity and the mix of demand has changed quite considerably, with red demand now being around 10% of our total demand, which is higher than was originally modelled. So we've got that, which is different from the original model. In terms of capacity, so as I mentioned, we've got funding for an additional 263. The latest estimate is that by the end of March, we will have recruited and in post an additional 252. So there's there or thereabouts in terms of recruiting to that additional numbers of staff that we've had funding for. Some of those staff are still, while they're in post, they're actually undergoing their training. Particularly, there's a block of 100 staff who are coming into onto their rosters after finishing their EMT training at the end of April, beginning of May. So as yet, we haven't seen the full benefit of those 263 staff. And on top of that, I think and this was touched on in the IMTP and in the financial discussions, actually, in terms of that 263 whole-time equivalents, in year and with commissioner support, actually the priority was decided to move some of those staff into the clinical support desk. Now we're hoping, and we're still working on securing the funding to make sure that we can backfill those staff so that we can have the full 263 on the frontline rosters, but we're still working that through. So in terms of the investment that we've had, we're there or thereabouts, but not all of it is being seen in the frontline shifts as yet, but will be soon. So here's some of the other assumptions. So I'm not going to talk about this in any great extent. The benchmark, as I say, was to get to a 30% abstraction level. You see the red line there, which is 30, and we know that we have gone above that with obviously annual leave, sickness, alternative duties training, and various other playing a part there. And sickness is clearly the one area where we will be focusing a lot of attention, but also we were talking the other day about just making sure we understand what some of the abstractions are in some of the other areas as well, and taking action if we need to there. this is all of those abstractions set out in a time series, so you can see the progression over time of the various elements, say sickness, alternative duties training, and other. So we know what I'm saying, I suppose, is that the model assumed a reduction in abstraction, and actually what we've seen is an increase in abstraction over the period for the reasons that we've just been talking about in the previous item. And similarly, we see, this is CCC, I didn't mention that at the start, but the D&C review did talk about not just our frontline workforce, but also talked about our CCC workforce. So abstraction levels are higher there than we had originally modelled. And this is a slide which is really just articulating, the level of overtime that our staff have been taking up over the period, and you can see here the blue line, the light blue line is the current year we're in, and we have seen lower take up of overtime levels this year than in previous years. Obviously, take up of overtime is a choice, and is going to be linked very much to that, to the sickness levels and to the kind of levels of in terms of how tired our staff are. So, I think that's not unexpected, but of course that also has an impact on the number of hours that we're able to put out onto the front line. And here's the graph, which then, taking all those things into consideration, which is the recruitment of the staff, but the increased levels of abstraction. These are then our UHP achievements, so that's the percentage of the rosters that we're able to fill, and the emergency ambulance is the one to kind of look at. That's the biggest bulk of our staff the emergency ambulances, so that's in red, and you can see there that actually we have started to increase that over the last few months as staff have come into post, but also as we've had support from military and other external parties as well. So you can see we've made some improvements in UHP. That's I suppose the point is that if we hadn't had that recruitment of the 263 coming online, we wouldn't have been able to get up to those levels of UHP at all. But the levels of sickness, absence and abstraction have meant that we haven't been as high as we'd want to be, and as a consequence we've had to put in military support. Here's the graph which shows where we've got to with handover lost hours. So if you just put your eyes to the December position, so the blue bar in December is what the original modelled performance was based on, so about 6,000 hours. And obviously in December this year, we were seeing around 18,000 hours with further increases then in January and subsequently in February too. So that is a huge amount of capacity which has been lost as a result of that particular issue, which has meant, again, our response times are not going to be as good as that model originally predicted. Hear and treat, this is a positive story. So this was a 10.2% achievement that we were looking for, and you can see there that the last few months we've been achieving that well. And we are expecting, as Jason alluded to earlier, to increase that further now as we go into next year. So that ability to defray demand and move demand away from emergency ambulances is working and is being successful. Post-reduction lost hours, I won't talk about this in a huge amount of detail. It wasn't an area that was modelled in terms of the demand capacity review in terms of an improvement. So they, at the time, we left that issue alone in the modelling. We assumed the same level of loss would occur into the future. And we've, had some good discussions of that at previous meetings about the work, and it's detailed in the IMTP, the work that we're doing with our trade union partners now to understand the data, some of which we think is probably not as accurate as it should be, and to talk through options for potentially reducing some of those lost hours. But in terms of losses, I think you could probably see that, the amount of hours lost is relatively small in comparison to some of the other areas of improvement and efficiency. And then the other area of efficiency, I haven't got a slide on, but just, you know, we said we were doing the roster review. The modelling assumed that would have been done this year. And as we've alluded to earlier, that will now be done in between September and November of 2022, so Q3 of next financial year. And the reason for that slight kind of 6-month or so delay was really that we paused that roster review to consider the effect on the rosters of this increase in RED demand in particular. And that's where the concept of the Charu model has come from, as a mechanism to really support RED performance as well as outcomes for those particular groups of patients. And so that pause did mean that the timeline for that roster review has pushed out slightly. So I think hopefully what you can see, so all of that, which is, so a lot of the assumptions we made in the D&C, many of them are not, you know, have not come to pass for reasons that are well understood and documented. The capacity bit, in terms of our investment, I think we've done very well, but that has been offset by high levels of sickness absence, which we've just talked about, high losses in hospital handover delays, etc. So what we've seen there as an outcome, therefore, is that we've not so far achieved that 67.3% in RED. That's the RED performance. Here's the amber medians. So again, we're not achieving that 35-minute target there. And this is the tail of the amber ones. These are the very longest waiters, which we know very well is well above where it should be. So hopefully that gives a sense of, you know, all of the metrics that we use to consider progress in terms of the demand and capacity. You can see there the areas, particularly in terms of the investment, where we've achieved well, but the areas which, you know, where the model has fallen down because things have happened to take us outside what we originally modelled on, and hence the response times are not where we'd want. But hopefully, again, linked to previous discussions we've had today, now the IMTP gives the further actions that we will be taking within our resources to continue to improve that picture. So I'm going to stop sharing now, if I can work out how to do that. There we go.
Great, thanks, Rachel. A complex picture. Are there any comments or questions for Rachel? I don't see any. Do I? No, I don't. So from my perspective, I think I've already said it's a complex picture. I look at the older periods lost hours at around about 6,000. That's a dramatic increase over what we're experiencing today. I think there's a lot of issues in here where we're not seeing the value from the people we've employed because of the complexity of the system. So I think from my perspective, it's keep going with the work that we've planned that we can try and control, which is working on sickness when we can. I think there's a point to note that across all industries, younger people are less likely to want overtime. So that is a constraint that you know, I found when I was in private industry, and it's certainly flowing through into public service as well. And then we've also got our post-production losses that we need to get to grips with. So presumably that will be reported via our metrics and discussed at various committees. So if we're content to move on, I'll say thank you, Rachel, and move on to Chris on the financial report. Oh, sorry, I think it's yourself with the scorecard, is it not?
I think it is.
Sorry.
Next.
Yeah, sorry, I'm looking at two agendas here. It's yourself, Rachel, with the scorecard. So if we haven't got Rachel, we'll continue with yourself then, Chris.
Yeah, I thought it was me next anyway. But anyway, let's do this one. Is it in risk? Because I don't think this will take too long for a couple of reasons. One, obviously, given where we are in terms of the financial year, you've got the report, financial performance to month 11. But obviously, we've only got a week of the financial year to go. So we're sort of in that sort of phase of clearly fine tuning and landing the position by the end of next week. That we're forecasting, which is broadly a balanced financial position. It'll probably end up being a small surplus based on the position as you can see to month 11. Obviously, the bit of a challenging time for the team in terms of the focus has obviously had to have been on the discussions we've already had today around next year's financial plan, but not taking the eye off obviously the need to land this year and ensure we've got a robust set of draft accounts on the back of that in the next few weeks to be scrutinized then through the audit period. Another reason why we probably don't need too long on this excuse me today is we did have a bit of time on it at Finance Performance Committee last week, as you will know, albeit via a PowerPoint slide deck at that point due to meeting timings rather than the detailed paper you've got today. But the content was the same. It was a slide deck that the paper was then written around essentially. Just two things I was just going to highlight to the board in the paper itself. One is the treatment that does come through in the paper on the donated asset that we had, and the only reason for flagging that is it will sort of impact then on the headline figure that the board and others will see during the audit period of the accounts in terms of a technical sort of surplus that generates, which is then through the notes of the accounts and the narrative that's placed on it gets sort of removed out then in terms of the performance from a delivery perspective. It's a technical way in which donated assets are treated in NHS accounts. So just to flag that. And the second and final bit for me was the capital spend, just to highlight that, as you can see and would expect, and is always the case, but obviously significant increase in that now in the last couple of months. And the trajectory now to take us through this month with what will be landing in this month, and there's quite a number of schemes coming online, which the final cash payments and values will hit the ledger this month as well to balance to the full capital funding for this year. And on top of that, there will be a number of things that we're buying at the end of the year that'll be receipted by the end of the month that will then be accrued for as part of the year end. And we've got a good track record of delivering pretty close to that, or very, very close to that final year-end funding value, which is coming through to balance again now. So that was mainly it for me today. Emma, just briefly the papers here for noting for board members, hopefully to take assurance that we've reviewed it previously and today, but obviously happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Chris. Any comments or questions from anybody on the report? No, that's good. I think we had a good look at this at FMP, and I think it's congratulations to yourself, the team, and the organisation for basically coming in on budget with a slight underspend. So we're asked to note and gain assurance. So I think we've done that. And then also notes month 10 and 11 Welsh government monitoring reports and submissions.
Yeah, that's a requirement of government that we have to do that through either a committee or board. So if we could do that as well, please, that would be welcome. Yeah. Thank you.
That's good.
That. Thank you.
All content? Great, thank you. Apologies for the confusion earlier on. I had the hovering finger and I'd moved on the agenda a bit. So we're now on to the monthly integrated quality and performance report. So is this Hugh or is it Rachel? Rachel, I see. You're on mute,
right.
Rachel.
Apologies. Yes, so me again, apologies, you've heard from me a number of times today. So yeah, the monthly quality and performance report is here, largely with February data. There are a couple of areas where we've still got data from before that. So I think we've probably, in all honesty, touched on quite a lot of these areas just in the course of our discussions in other papers today. So perhaps I will just pull out a couple of things. One is, I think, just to from the 111 service perspective, we haven't talked as much today about 111 service, but we have seen really significant improvements in call answering times and call abandonment rates in the 111 service, and that's as a result, of the recruitment that the team have been working on, as well as significant areas of improvement in terms of efficiency, and we call out in this report in particular the interactive voice response, which is having a really good effect from an efficiency perspective, in February, for the first time for a long time, we had an abandonment rate of less than 5%, which was really positive. Obviously in March, so we haven't got the March data yet, but we have had the rollout of the Cardiff and Vale. So we've finished that rollout of the whole 111 service, and we're now running that service nationally. That rollout has gone smoothly, we understand, and obviously I think to date, in the main, performance has remained good, and so we're very pleased with that, and that good work will continue as set out in the IMTP. So I just want to bring that out because we hadn't talked as much about the 111 service today as perhaps some of the other areas. So much of the rest of the SBAR, which pulls out the key issues from the IPR, we've touched on already. So I don't think I particularly want to talk about those things again. And I'm not. I'm just kind of scrolling through, and I don't think there's anything particularly else that I would want to bring to people's attention, as I say, because I think most of those key issues which the SBAR highlights have been covered already. I suppose that just in conclusion, we are expecting, and this again is discussed in the IMTP, we are expecting April to be a month where we have difficulty in terms of particularly our EMS patient, kind of indicators, quality indicators in terms of response times, which will then knock on to other indicators as well. And I think the board is well cited on those challenges that we're facing and in the work that we're doing to try and mitigate. So I don't think there's anything else particularly, Emrys, that I wanted to draw out to people's attention today, but obviously happy for myself or other members of the exec team to answer any specific questions about any of those indicators, either in the SBAR or in the more detailed graph pack.
Thanks, Rachel. Any comments or questions? I don't see none. Or I see none at the moment. Paul.
Yeah, just to say, Rachel, it's really good to see the improvement in the call handling and the clinical callback, because I think that impacts on patients who decide to make their own way to A&E or seek other support. So that's good. It's also interesting to see that the additional members of staff has made such a difference, because we have in the past had further investment and it hasn't realized the benefit that we thought it would, but it seems to be that will be the case. I think you're right to point out that the reduction in the EMS service is going to impact. And again, we've talked earlier about how do we support our staff in the clinical contact centres who are likely to, again, have to deal with patients waiting a long time and having to manage those patients. So, but it is good to see that we have made improvement, although I recognise the risks you've highlighted again from June on into that service because of the service. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Paul. Any other comments or questions? No. I think the key point to note, and I think the organisation needs to be congratulated on the completion of the 111 rollout. It's been a long journey and not gone at the pace we would have liked, but we were dealing with other parties coming to join us with the service. But the fact that it's now up and running and is successful gives us the opportunity to build on it in the next steps that you've identified in the IMTP. So I think that's good. As a board, we're asked to consider the February 22 quality performance report. I think we've done that. We've got sufficient assurance from the fact that we've got no questions, I think. We don't or haven't had any requests for further information or scrutiny at this time. That may follow depending on the challenges in April. So we'll take that when it comes. And there are no further remedial actions required at this moment in time. So those conclude the recommendations. So if we are content to move on, we are slightly early for our lunch break. So I don't propose to move on with the agenda because I'm not the full-time chair. So I'd rather adjourn early. Hopefully Martin can rejoin us then at, when is it? 2:30. Now, I'm not sure whether we dial out and dial back in or whether it's safer to remain connected with cameras off and also the microphones off. So thank you for your support during my time. Apologies for the confusion, and I'll see you at 2:30.
Start. Okay, welcome back for the second part of the public board meeting. You'll have spotted that I've resumed the chair from Emrys, who kindly covered for the last hour or so before lunch, and we are on track in accordance with the timetable. So we now move on to actually an item not to be underestimated. So these are the reports from our active and various committees, and you'll see listed there, I think 7 reports in 6 reports in total. Actually it's 7. So we'll begin with Charitable Funds Committee report. Now I'm aware that Kevin has had to leave the meeting, so I don't know whether any other members of the committee are in a position to, you're going to cover that, Emrys. Are you happy to do so? You're on mute, I'm afraid.
Yes, yes, I'll cover it because I actually chaired it for Kevin.
Oh, indeed. Well done.
Anyway,
you're a man of many talents.
Yeah, so it's opportune. Okay, the papers there as a summary. So the alert that we need to raise to board is that the accounts may be qualified, and this is a technical issue in as far as the auditors aren't able to find an opening balance, because we've been doing the abridged balance audits for a number of years. But it's a technical matter, not a substantive one to be concerned about. The next thing to advise is the legacy bequest to the trust, which was an ambulance, has been purchased in Q3. We are looking at a dedicated resource to be recruited for charitable funds work. There are 315,000 remaining available for WAS to apply from the NHS Central Charities Commission. But I think there's a point to note that some of this spending of this fund is limited to, or not limited to, but it's conditional on being more to the public rather than to internal WAST requirements. We've had 2 bids for consultancy work to develop the trust charity. That's in progress at this moment in time. Estelle will probably be able to give an update. We've completed the effectiveness review and terms of reference review, and they're being collated as we speak for, I think, the May board. We've streamlined the bursary panel and sorted out an application process, and we've also agreed the membership of the bids panel, which goes forward from April. And let's have a look. The finance highlight report covering the income and expenditure for 6 months was noted. Income received was due to investment performance. And the bursary panels, as we've already said, were being monitored and progressed and would be presented to the next meeting for approval. So that's a summary of the business that took place, and my thanks to Trish for pulling this together.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a very good report. Thank you, Emrys. Any comments? I mean, essentially the alert point about the accounts audit is not as serious as at first read, is what you're clearly conveying. Okay, Estelle.
Yeah, got Estelle.
Thanks, everybody. Just because Emrys gave me the prompt there, in terms of the appointment of the consultant, that's now in the public domain. So we have appointed a lady called Claire Snook, who I had an initial meeting with last week just to talk through who she will want to meet, who she'll want to garner views from about how we take the charity forward. So that work will be done. Obviously, I've got a whole schedule of stuff now that I will need to work with us through, and we'll be providing regular updates through to committee and by email to members, because this thing hopefully is going to go at a little bit of pace, so it'll be between meetings. So just for you to know that element of work is underway. You're on mute, Martin.
I've fallen for it finally. Any questions from colleagues? Okay, we're happy to. Oh, Chris, I do apologise.
Thank you, Chair. Just back on that point about the accounts and qualification, as you say, yes. As Emrys had said, it's still to be worked through. Obviously we've got a little way to go until we submit the set accounts for 21-22, and you know, the audit period for this will run behind the sort of a period that the audit period for the normal trust accounts. But so there is some discussion to still be had with Audit Wales in terms of what this might mean in terms of their ability to evidence, as they're suggesting, you know, a full audit, you know, full scale audit test of the opening fund balances, having not done a full audit of the accounts for a number of years now. So it may end up as is described. But even if it does, I would hope that it would be described in such a way that it is in that context. You know, it's not necessarily because there isn't any concern around, you know, the systems, processes, etc. that underpin the accounts, because it's the same system and processes that does the same trust accounts. You know, so it's the same people, same systems. So hopefully, if it does even land in that way, it'll be a technical qualification. But you know, as I say, we still got a little way to go on that. But it could happen. I suppose I just wanted to sort of flag it in that context that it could happen, but we'd have to deal with it and manage with it in the context of those audited accounts as they come through. On the assumption, and the assumption I am continuing to make, and I think Audit Wales are continuing to make, that we do still want to, and not wishing to reopen that debate that we've had a number of times on that, but we do still want to undertake a full set of a full audit of the 21-22 charity accounts, as opposed to the independent review that we've undertaken for a number of years now.
Chris, thank you. That's very clear. Okay, I'll pause there. We as Board of Trustees need to be aware of these issues, but I think that's a very helpful briefing. So you're happy to receive that report? Good, thank you. Let's move on to, if I've got the order right here, let's move on to the report from, I think it's Quest next, Bethan. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. So Quest met on the 17th of February. I think the highlight report provides a good overview of the topics that we discussed, but there are just a few key points I'd like to draw Board's attention to, if I can, please. Much of our meeting, in all honesty, was focused around patient safety concerns, which probably is not a surprise given the discussions we've had at Trust Board today as well, given the challenges across the whole system and the impact that has on us as well with regards to our performance. Within the alert section, there are three different areas there. The first one is in relation to the red performance indicators. And it was clear that for that quarter, our performance was well below our target of 65%, although there was variation across different geographical areas. So obviously, we had quite a long discussion around that, because that's clear now that we're not reaching people as quickly as we need to, as quickly as we would want to, and therefore there are potential patient safety issues arising from that. However, and this is really important, something I want to stress for Trust Board, the committee were very much assured on all the work that officers continue to put into this. It's being very closely monitored, and we are constantly looking at every way we can minimise the impact on individuals within the community waiting for our response. Continuing with the theme of patient safety then, we looked at the significant hospital handover delays, which were in excess of 55,000 for that quarter, which is significant, as we know. We also discussed post-production, lost hours and staff sickness, both issues that we've touched on at Trust Board today. Obviously, both have a contribution to the patient safety incidents. The third point then under the alert is with regards to our position from April onwards. And again, we've referred to this earlier on in the meeting, so I won't say very much other than to say, you know, officers have been forecasting and modelling this for many weeks now. And yes, whilst April onwards looks to be a very, very challenging time, again, the committee were assured that officers are looking at every way they can mitigate against the impact of the challenges and the risks that may present themselves, given that the level of demand continues to be very, very high, and also the challenges we have at hospital handover delays and also with staff sickness. The other points under the advise and the assure section, I think are self-explanatory. Obviously, we did receive Hannah's story, as we have done today, and as we discussed earlier, that really did have some impact at our committee meeting. One final point I would like to make, Chair, if I may please, is around the bottom part of the report where we talk about risks. So obviously, there are 5 of the corporate risks assigned to Quest, and we have some of the highest scoring risks there. So we had a discussion around that, and obviously earlier on in today's meeting, we can see now that those risks have been articulated differently, and we welcome that, because I think that makes the specific nature of each of those risks clearer for us to monitor and look at as we move forward. So I think that's all I need to say, really, Chair, but happy to take any questions or comments from anyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth, and a very concise summary of the issues of what must have been a very lengthy meeting. And I'm very pleased to hear you mentioning patient safety as a primary consideration, because that's absolutely vital in these difficult times, I think it's fair to say. So any comments from colleagues or questions? I guess you'd probably covered off quite a lot of this in the part of the meeting that I would have missed in the latter part of the morning around response times and so on. Are we happy to receive that report? I think that's a yes. Okay, thank you. It's good to see this flow through of issues working so smoothly. Now, if I've got my order correct, we now move on to People and Culture Committee. I think, Paul, which is over to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Similar to Quest, we met on the 22nd of February. Quite a few of the alert issues that are in the briefing we've already talked about this morning. Obviously, absence levels were concerning, and we looked at the action plan, and we also looked at the issues around the trade union partnership and the escalating the risk. So we discussed those at the committee in quite a lot of detail. The one area there, we looked at the personal development review plans and the rates, and recognised that they are still very low. And one of the things that we were really concerned about is that staff were having the ability to have a well-being conversation, even if it wasn't a full detailed PADR. And we were given some assurance that those were being undertaken, but not necessarily being recorded on ESR. So that's an issue that we will continue to focus on as we go forward to the next committee meeting. But as I said, many of the alert notices that we've talked about at the committee, we've discussed this morning at Trust Board. On the advice areas, we had a very powerful staff story by Lorna Woodley, a paramedic operational driving instructor for the Trust. And she was very, very determined to undertake this role and succeeded really well in this. And one of the things the committee were really pleased about is that Lorna really demonstrated that if you want to do something, that the Trust supports you to do that. And we wanted her to be visible in the organisation to encourage others to explore those types of opportunities, which in the past have been predominantly held by men. And we asked Lorna if she would be happy to continue to discuss her career and what happened to her. And we've had a discussion with Estelle, for example, about how we might progress that in the future. We've talked previously about the people and culture deliverables and the priorities, and those were included, as you saw this morning, the integrated medium-term plan. And we reviewed them at the committee and agreed that those 2 priorities should be recast and they are added to the IMTP. The people strategy, as you will recall again, that people strategy was due to be refreshed in 2022. We deferred it, and we have now had information from management about how they will be taking that forward from 2023 onwards. Obviously, there is a transition to a new director of Workforce and OD, and that may affect the plan, but we felt the principles of the plan still held firm. One of the areas where the committee has raised concerns previously is around leadership and management development. And we were very pleased to have a presentation on leadership and management development strategy going forward, and the new focus on supporting the cultures and behaviours work being launched, that were launched in the Chief Exec's roadshows. And again, the successes of the education and training team were highlighted and the significant amount of work that they've done. Estelle brought to the committee a discussion about the engagement framework, which will need to be refreshed. That work is underway. Obviously, that will take messages from the Chief Exec roadshows that have recently occurred. And again, we've waiting for that to come back to the next committee meeting. This was the last committee meeting for Claire Vaughan. You've already mentioned that, so I won't say anything further, but the committee did thank her for her strong and thoughtful leadership and for the impact she's made in the short time the committee has been operating, but more fully in terms of the Trust. On the assurance levels, I think they speak for themselves. Just a couple of areas where I'd like to draw your attention. One was the Welsh language standards. We reviewed the compliance, and the Welsh Language Advisory Group will focus on options now to address the standard relating to Welsh language capability. That was going to be happening at their next meeting. And Trish, the board secretary, and myself and Claire will be looking at how the Welsh Language Advisory Group forms itself into a more formal subgroup of the People and Culture Committee. So we had quite a lot of discussion around that, and I know Trish is working on that. We also at this committee, unfortunately, we expressed our condolences on the passing of the Welsh Language Commissioner that had recently occurred, and we held a minute's silence for that. The audit tracker was reviewed and no overdue recommendations were seen, and therefore we were very content with the progress that had been made. The risks we've already discussed in terms of high sickness levels and also the trade union partnerships. There were no other risks newly identified. So I hope, Chair, that gives you a synopsis of the discussions at the meeting. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Paul. Again, another very busy committee, and it's heartening to see the focus on issues that we've covered earlier in the meeting. It says that the flow of priority in terms of assurance is working. So thank you for that. Very comprehensive. Any comments or questions? Okay, we're happy to receive that report in that case. Good, thank you. Thanks for that, Paul. Excellent work. I'll move on now to, if I've got the order right, to the Audit Committee. These are not in order of ascendancy in any shape or form. So over to you, Martin, if you're there.
Okay. Have you got me?
We've got you, yes.
Yeah, I disappeared for some reason. That's some anyway. I'll just go through a few highlights. I'm assuming everybody's read the report. It's quite a busy meeting, as you can probably pick up from the notes made of the meeting. A couple of these items, a bit like Paul said, a couple of these items have already actually been discussed earlier today. But I will just highlight a couple of them. So one was like the board assurance framework being suspended or reporting on it for now. That was discussed earlier in the meeting. The second one, though, is an important item. This is the committee in their meeting expressed, as it's put here, strong desire for the All Wales review of unscheduled care, which Audit Wales are undertaking, to conclude as soon as possible. I mean, it's going to be but they're taking so long to do it. I'm not sure. It might be in time for next winter, I guess, the way it's going. But it is an issue that we would urge perhaps yourself, Martin, to take up. We did mention it. Audit Wales always come to our meetings, as does our internal auditors. But that was an issue that we were concerned about, that they hadn't yet presented a report. On the advisory nature, you can see a number of things listed there. Audit Wales report actually is on this agenda for later in the meeting, so you can have a broader discussion on it then. But you'll see that, broadly speaking, it's very supportive. You can see draw your attention to number 7. The list as 21 areas for the internal audit over the next 12 months. Some of you who sat on the committee or have seen these reports, they're very good reports, actually. They're very well written. The recommendations are easy to follow, and yeah, I invariably compliment internal audit on their plans and their presentations to our meeting, and they're obviously taken into account by the executives in taking forward some of the issues that have to be dealt with. So they are looking good, and there's a few items reported on in the internal audit reports that they actually presented to the meeting. I won't go through them, but I think they were all reasonable assurance, except for the first one, which was limited assurance. But broadly speaking, there was nothing of significance to worry about. I'm not going to say any more. I think the details there speak for themselves, so I'm assuming everybody's read them. I can't find it, but I know there it is, 14. Again, I know you'll be saying thank you to Emrys later in the meeting, I guess, but the audit committee also recorded its thanks for the wise words and contribution that Emrys makes to the audit committee meetings, which he's attended over a number of years, I think. So I'll leave it there, Chairman, and take any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you, Martin. I think, Jason, you, by the looks of it, with your camera on, want to say something?
Yeah, thanks, Martin. It's just by way of if it assists the other Martin, Martin Turner. I do have a formal catch up with Audit Wales, I think week after next. So I will raise with them the unscheduled care review. What I do know from informal dialogue in the last couple of weeks is that its commencement is imminent, and I've already committed, or we've already committed, to support them in any way that we can with both access and data. So access to what we're doing and how we're doing it, and data to support their work. But I'll get a more, I guess, substantive update in a week or two's time and share that with the board.
Oh, that's good to know.
Very helpful, yeah. And I also meet with Audit Wales as well, so can double up if we need to. Any comments from the floor, Paul?
Yeah, just a word of caution really on the limited assurance for the NEPS transfer. The committee obviously were concerned about it, but I think, Martin, what we recognised is it was that the benefits realisation hadn't been undertaken, but that the process of transferring services and resources across from health boards to WAST were effective. So I wouldn't want anyone to think that the limited assurance was around how we had undertaken that work. It was more around we hadn't actually written down the benefits and made an assessment. So I just wanted to point that out.
Point well made. Yeah, thank you. No other hands going up. So are we happy to receive that report from Audit Committee? Yeah, okay, thank you. Nods all round. Thanks for that, Martin. Much appreciated, as always. Emrys, you're back on stage again, I think, with Finance and Performance Committee.
Yes, thanks, Martin. Our recent meeting was on the 17th of March, so very recent. Under the alert section, a number of these things have been discussed already. We highlighted and noted the withdrawal of the military, which was, as far as I understand, already begun, and the potential impact. The committee reviewed the IMTP and the finance position at that time, but we were content to recommend approval to the board, which we've subsequently done. And indeed, the financial side is still moving. On a more important note that we haven't discussed is the decarbonisation action plan. This is quite comprehensive, needs to be reported to Welsh Government, and we were content with the progress and approved the plan on behalf of the board, so that's moving forward. On the advice front, the rollout 111 has already been discussed, and it's a full implementation in Cardiff and the Vale. The quality and performance management framework we've already approved as a board, and it was recommended for approval by the committee. We received an operations update with the difficulties we've got around our performance, etc., and the work being done to try and improve our position. On behalf of the board, the committee approved the fire safety policy, quite an important policy for the infrastructure of the trust. It was my last meeting which the committee kindly thanked me for, but to facilitate smooth transition, we invited Kevin Davis, who's taken over as chair, to the meeting, and we've had a good sort of handover between myself and Kevin. In terms of the assurance, we received the month 11 financial report at that meeting. That's moved on now, and we are expecting to reach a slight underspend at the end of the financial year. So that's all good. The committee reviewed the February integrated quality performance report, and we've already discussed 999, 111 issues, etc. The clinical response times are slightly improved, but still not where we need them to be. And it's just a long, hard slog in that. We reviewed sickness, as has been mentioned by the People and Culture Committee, which was higher. Well, it was lower than it's been, but still high at 11.96%. And work is underway under the data accuracy for production of lost hours, or production lost hours, so that we understand where we're going on that. The committee also looked at the shift left ambition, and that is effectively looking at consult and close, which was the old hear and treat. And the rate at that time exceeded 10.2%, the benchmark, but it's been higher since then. So we're looking forward to that continuing to develop. The committee looked at its effectiveness and approved our terms of reference updates, and they will be coming to the board in May, I believe. We also looked at the audit recommendations, and there are a number for this committee to take accountability for. 4 were completed and closed. There are a number to be closed over the next coming months. The one to note, I guess, is the 111 service. Those recommendations have been deferred for 12 months so that the system can fully embed, and we don't want to be making changes to a moving target effectively. So the committee agreed to that. And then we moved on to discuss value-based healthcare, recognizing that Chris and the finance team are fully committed to trying to sort out the budgetary papers, we agreed that we would have a formal paper on that subject in the July committee meeting. And in the private session, we had an update on SALIS and reviewed the Trust's major incident arrangements. And as you can imagine, those would be in private session in any case. So we discussed the risks and noted the suspension of the board assurance framework, which again has also been discussed earlier. So that's a quick canter through the subjects covered. The detail of a lot of these has already been seen earlier in the meeting. So thank you. Happy to take questions, and thanks to Trish for putting this together.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you, Emma. It's a comprehensive report. Again, it must have been an extremely frenetic meeting with all that ground covered. Much appreciated for that. Any comments from colleagues? I think we'll take that as an accolade, Emrys. You've covered off all bases there. We're happy, therefore, to receive that report. I hope so. Yeah, thank you. That's much appreciated. Nearly there. We've got Academic Partnership Committee now. Off some help here because obviously Kevin is not with us. I suspect, Paul, you might be able to assist in terms of your coverage at the last meeting.
Thanks, Chair. I can see Estelle has come forward as well. So between us,
you can nail it, as they say.
Yeah. I think the first thing to note is that there are no alerts arising from this meeting. And on the areas of advising, you can see that we still haven't had an update on our university trust status application, but we have agreed the 3 priority areas aligned to that status. And we now propose a mapping exercise to be carried out to have a look at how we are, what achievements we're making against those areas, and also to look at how we avoid duplication across the committees, because some of these will be aligned to other committees. But you can see the 3 priorities there set out for you. And as I said, those are now in the IMTP going forward. So those will be the areas that we will be concentrating on. On the assurance, we reviewed the effectiveness of the committee with Trish, as she has with all the other committees. We did change some of the terms of reference, but as the committee is a relatively new committee and we haven't got all partners involved, particularly academia, it was decided that at this point we would just look at the terms of reference and develop an annual report for a trust board meeting, recognising that it's at a very early stage. We don't have any risks associated with this committee, and there were no new risks identified. So I don't know if Estelle wants to add anything to the report, because she's much closer to this than I am.
Thanks, Paul. That was really helpful. I just wanted to add in there that one of our priorities will be to extend and invite TU partners to this committee too, so that where we have their valuable insight in it. As Paul says, one of the main things will be from the assurance point of view to make sure that in those priorities we're not duplicating the work of other committees, so that we're not creating an industry around some of it that actually becomes more of a burden than actually doing the work.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's really helpful. Any comments? I think we can take that as support. So we're happy to receive that report. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we then get to the last of our committee reports, which is from Remuneration Committee, which I chair. We've alluded to some of its content already in the course of the early part of today. Of course, this committee has now been extended to all non-executive directors, so it assumes a different guise. We met twice in the period concerned, 7th and 21st of March. The alert was around the territory of voting directors and so on, which is explained in the report. We noted the new arrangements for vice chairs, which become a statutory role through the minister, with the regulations now laid down. Has no short-term effect on Kevin's tenure. And then we received a paper on voting executive directors appropriately at Remuneration Committee, because it's comprised of non-executives only, so there are no potential conflicts of interest. And as I explained earlier in the meeting today, we endorsed the addition of voting role to the Director of Operations. That's allowed under the new regulations, which give us the right to add an additional voting executive director to the complement. And you also see there described the proposed transfer of voting portfolio from Director of Workforce and OD to Planning and the Strategy Planning and Performance later on in April. And some of the rationale for that is set out in the paper, but the important point to emphasize there is that as a board, we remain committed to the attendance that we have at present, irrespective of voting status. In fact, formally, we've yet to have a vote at a board meeting. We work by consensus, and we will continue to draw on the contributions of all people around the table, irrespective of their formal status at the board. So that's by way of reassurance. Further down under the advisory items, you'll see there into some fairly meaty business with the prospective recruitment of a new Executive Director of Quality and Nursing. The banding for that role was noted, and we supported the recruitment process. Likewise, the banding there for the proposed advertisement for the Director of Workforce and OD. And again, we supported the recruitment process. 3 voluntary early release scheme applications were approved, and the detail of that is accessible if you need to see it. Of course, we thanked Emrys for his contribution on an ad hoc basis to that committee. We've done a review of our terms of reference, which will come with an annual report to the board in May. And we also noted the new agenda for change, medical, dental, and so on, enhanced pay and annual leave arrangements as a committee. So pretty busy, but I think the groundbreaking piece was, on behalf of the board, the committee enacting the change to voting executive director roles as I've described. So I'll stop there and ask whether any other comments or questions. Okay. Silence by the sound of it. So on that basis, are you likewise happy to receive that report? Thank you. May feel quite laborious, 7 reports in a row, but I think it really reinforces the point that what's below the waterline in terms of the committee work is fundamental to our success. So the reporting through of those activities to the full board is absolutely essential, which is why we spend the time on that today. So also public members watching can gain a sense of the assurance that's going on outside the boardroom. So moving on now to the closing part of the agenda. This is somewhat unusual. We have an item entitled In Appreciation. Now, I'm conscious that this is in a public setting, which might, so this item might be bemusing to members of the public, but we are losing people as board members who are moving on to pastures new for various reasons. I wanted to begin, first of all, by acknowledging the contribution of Claire Roach, who left the organisation in February as Executive Director of Quality and Nursing. We've given Claire a great send-off, which I won't endeavour to match or repeat. But unfortunately, we didn't get the timing right in terms of extending our appreciation at board prior to her departing. So I just, for the record, wanted to applaud her contribution as a director of this organisation and hope that we can record that in the minutes of this meeting, because she has made a huge impact, particularly, I think, in bringing the experience of the patient and the safety of the patient into the boardroom, which I think is of fundamental importance, and helping in the success of our quality committee. So I hope you'll join me in acknowledging her contribution to the organisation over the last few years. I pause there and then go on to Claire Vaughan. We're losing both Claires, sadly. So Claire, I think Be nice to see your face actually at this point, if you're with us. Brilliant. I think you should have been in receipt of something rectangular or square shaped by way of a mark of our appreciation for what you've done. I'm conscious you've yet to leave the organisation, but this is your last board meeting, but you've got a few weeks to go as yet. So I didn't want to in any way try to preempt what might be said and covered in a wider gathering within the organisation, because I know that will perhaps be the most important part, with your team gathered around you to say what they wish to say. But I do want to extend my appreciation on behalf of the board, and also to wish you the very best in what will be an exciting new role, I think, for you with St John Ambulance. And of course, you've been with us 7 years, so with Brendan Lloyd aside, perhaps, you're probably the longest serving executive director on the board. You've given it a fair shot, I think, which is very much appreciated. And I just wanted very quickly to say a few words, if I may. I was thinking back to 2015 and thinking what a different world it was then, because we were a much smaller organisation at that time, very many fewer employees, less complexity of service, when you think that we barely were out of the blocks in terms of the rollout for the 111 service, for example. At that time, I think it's fair to say the HR function was pretty embryonic, probably concentrating to a much greater degree than today on regulating pay and terms and conditions and that kind of thing. And I think at that time, to be fair, we probably had much less sense of our direction of travel as an organisation and the direction of travel of our workforce. So it was a very different time. And I think when you reflect on your contribution here, it'd be worth just thinking back to that start point and where it feels we've got to now, because I think we're in a very different place, and it's not to be underestimated what you've covered. We're a much larger organisation. We've recruited large numbers of people from a broadening range of professions and a broadening range of skills. We extend from make-ready depots and mobile testing units through to advanced paramedicine. So a massive recruitment campaign that you've overseen, and we've become a very attractive organisation to join as well. Linked to that, a massive change in our training and education functions, which are on your watch. Recently having visited Matrix to meet the team there, how energised and very different that situation is from a few years ago. I mean, we're into virtual online training and so on to support a much more complex workforce. So that's a massive change over that period. And think of the HR function that you preside over today. Its expanse of remit is very different, and you've certainly established it as something with many strands to the bow, if you like. I'm thinking particularly of things like the focus on inclusion and diversity, organisational development, but also the health and well-being of our staff, and occupational health included within that. I think the offer we've got for our organisation today is very different. And then lastly, I think the whole board territory, which brings in, what we've experienced. So I was looking at what's been through the board in the last couple of 3 years around strategy in the HR space. And the list is pretty extensive: people and culture strategy, leadership strategy, strategic equality objectives, health and well-being strategy, and so on. So you've really raised the bar in terms of us embracing that long-term HR agenda. And of course, alongside that, 3 years ago, we didn't have a people and culture committee. We've set that up, and you've worked with Paul to elevate that committee into one of the key areas of assurance for the organisation. That did not exist 7 years ago when you first joined us. And this culmination of that, I think, I've got to say the move into the organisational culture has been pronounced and significant. The work you've done to refresh the trust behaviours. I think we had a set of behaviours launched pretty much when you joined, and you would have been party to that with Tracy Myhill. But you've then come back to this, gone out to the organisation and built something afresh, which we heard of at the beginning of today's meeting. in a way, I think that's a fitting endpoint, because you've left us with that enormous legacy of this is how we want to be. And when you joined us, we didn't have that concept in our minds. So you've worked from the grassroots level with staff in recruitment, training, and so on, supporting their well-being, but also brought that through to the board. So on behalf of the board, I just wanted to say a thank you for that journey, because it's not to be underestimated. I know there's a lot of hard yards to get through yet, but the foundations are there, and I think you can be proud of where you've got us to over that period. I'll give you the right reply, shall I, Claire?
Thank you, Martin.
And all that was raising a family, of course.
Yes, it's a shame Reese isn't here actually, but I'm keeping the present. So first thing to say, thank you very much for the gift which arrived earlier, the large photograph shaped gift, which I won't open yet because Reese would never forgive me if I didn't let him open it when he gets home from school. I'm overwhelmed, really. Thank you for those very kind words. And I guess when I look back over the last 7 years, it's been one of the most challenging but absolutely rewarding parts of my career. And I am sad to leave the team, sad to leave the organisation, and sad to leave the executive and the board as well. But I am very much also looking forward to a new, fresh challenge with St John in England, and working and establishing new relationships and new networks, and getting to know a completely different sector. So, when one door closes, another opens. But I know that I'll remain, in touch with colleagues, and I'll be there as a point of contact and support for individuals and those I mentor, and the relationships I've had. And leaving the NHS after 20 years is a bit of a wrench, and maybe one day I'll come back. But I certainly hope you go from strength to strength. It's a challenging couple of years, but I have absolute faith in the team, in the workforce and OD team, and the people who are there. All those achievements you just listed for me are actually credit to the people who are in my team. They're the ones who are doing it. They're the ones who are delivering it all. I just get to sit back and watch it happen and help enable it to happen. So thank you for recognising their hard work, and thank you for all your support and trust over the last 7 years.
Thank you. I'll pause there. This is not like a Russian wedding, which I went to a few years back, where everybody can make a contribution, because I think if I threw it open, everybody would want to say something. But perhaps you just join me in giving Claire a round of applause as a board. Thank you, Claire. Well, that's not the last, and we'll no doubt many of us will be there a bit further on, before you depart. So thanks very much. That's not the end of this saga today, because of course, as we've referenced a couple of times through the meeting, Emrys, this is your last board meeting, and sadly your time comes to an end as a non-executive by requirement after 8 years at the end, in next week. So this is genuinely a cheerio, sadly. 8 years as a non-executive, in fact, I think you are our longest serving board member. So there's some emotion attached to this. And I was thinking back to when you first joined and how different the organisation was. I joined you a couple of weeks afterwards. And I think it was organisational survival at that time in terms of our status, our ability to run, for example, the non-emergency transport service, a lot of questions being asked. And a lot has happened since that time, which I alluded to when referencing Claire. And I remember meeting you for the first time. You were a kind of whirlwind of experience from industry, background in the unions, and also experience of working on the Community Health Council side of things as well. So a formidable character, but also great energy, which you brought to this role with us consistently over the 8 years. And I just wanted to highlight, for me, some of those, how you've applied that energy. I mean, I think it's fair to say you were the pioneer of the development of our Quest committee as the engine room in terms of looking out for patient safety. and groundbreaking work that you did there in terms of building that committee's portfolio, reporting to it, but also building a relationship with the lead executive, the Director of Quality and Nursing, alongside you, exerting challenge whilst also working with that director as a colleague. And I think that sticks in my mind as a pioneering model, which we've applied elsewhere within the organisation. And of course, you then applied the same spirit of challenge yet co-production in your role as chair of Finance and Performance Committee, which has continued to develop under your watch. So I think that's been striking to me in terms of your tireless committee work. And of course, on the audit committee as well for the last X number of years as well, and a powerful contributor. You've been a tireless advocate for Welsh language. That's been consistent and greatly received, helping us reach out towards meeting the new Welsh language standards. Environmental sustainability and decarbonisation, you've pressed down the throttle there. And of course, you've throughout, I think, been an advocate for sustainable quality improvement within the organisation and really grabbed that issue and given us a shake. And I think it's been the case throughout Emrys for me that if we say, you know, can you have a look at this? You give it your best shot and you push that agenda as far as you can. And I think that's been greatly helpful and appreciated. I think you've been a consistent source of wise counsel to us throughout my time, both at the board and outside the boardroom with individual non-executive colleagues, and also to me personally, as I've learnt to handle the chair's role, if you like. We may not always agree with each other, and we may not always agree with your view, but we always know exactly where you've come from, and your points are invariably well made. And I'm struck by one message that you've left with us consistently over this time, which is that the organisation needs to use embedded metrics to drive improvement. And I think that remains as powerful a message today, and you've made that point today, as it did when you first joined us. And I think that's something we need to heed going forward. Also wanted to say, aside from all your endeavours, how freely you have given your time, always prepared to stand in committees at short notice. You've always been prepared to help and support NED colleagues. You've acted as a kind of mentor to new incoming non-executives, incoming committee chairs, taking over from you, for example, and also supporting the development of executive directors such as Claire Roach and members of Claire's team. That should not be forgotten as well. So you're going to be a huge miss. I think that's the sum of this. But to end on a slightly less serious note, you know, I wanted to say, remind people of your faultless timekeeping. You're always at least 10 minutes early for the meetings, possibly due to the fact that behind you sits, as far as I can count, something like 16 clocks, which are always exactly on time. So you're never likely to be late. So of course, when somebody suggested we do the age-honoured thing and get you a clock as a mark of your time with the organisation, I said I don't think he's going to actually need that. And of course, the other thing that strikes me now looking back is whatever the discussion we have, and I tried to draw it to a close, you're always the person that goes up at the end to encapsulate the nub of the issue after I think I've summarised, which is always amusing but greatly valued. And on a probably slightly more flippant note, your eternal adventures with the IT that we've given you have always been a source of amusement, and your backup hotline to Kevin Davis as vice chair in the event that the IT goes down has always been amusing. And just a short anecdote to end, which was the last board meeting we held face-to-face in November, I think it was, at the ICC in Newport, and you were coming in on the screen. A member of the IT department, who shall remain nameless, said, wouldn't it be better on board days, rather than the IT team come to the board meeting, for us all to go round to Emrys' house to help him out to make sure his computer is working? And that remark stayed with me. So it's all been great fun, Emrys, and I'm sure you'll go on to greater things, but we surely are going to miss you. Very much appreciated your contributions, and I hope you enjoy the gifts that I think have successfully arrived at your house. And I will see you personally before you go for a face-to-face as well, of course.
Yeah, great. Well, you know, to say the truth, I as you were talking, a lot of memories came back, but a lot of embarrassment as well, because it wasn't me, it was the team. What more can I say? I'm really difficult. I'm not usually emotional, but this is. What can I say? Thank you very much.
Well, you've been brilliant. Well, let's say one very positive thing, we don't want to lose touch. So you're always welcome to maintain the contact. And I know you've been looking for other roles within the NHS. I hope that comes to fruition. I've got this sort of sneaky feeling we haven't seen the last of you, though. Somewhere along the way, we will, you know, encounter it again. And the door is always open, as far as I'm concerned. You know, you've been a great star, and I hope you keep in touch. It is emotional. 8 years is a long time, but you understate your contribution. You've made a big impact. There's no doubt about that.
Well, thanks, Martin. I am recovering slightly. It's been a journey, and I think the organisation is in a better place than when I joined. And it's not, as I said, down to me. It's down to the organisation and the great people we've got working in it. And I wish you well for the future. And somebody said this famous, well, I can't remember who it was, but they basically said, if you want to go far, go together.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Thank you very much.
So it's all about team. Thank you so much. Well, that was a very moving occasion there, and just to finish off the business, which seems somewhat incongruous set against that, let's give Emrys a round of applause, which is just going to make him even more emotional. You can't do it justice on screen, unfortunately. I think we should wind up as rapidly as we can. I think that was really a fitting end to the meeting. There are some consent items there, committee minutes and so on, which I'll take as read. Other than Martin, we have the annual audit report there. I don't know whether you wanted to say anything in regard that consent item rather than overlook it.
No, nothing to add really. It went through the audit committee, so it's been it's been discussed, and we had a presentation from the pardon me, from the Wales audit, and as you can see, it broadly speaking is very supportive. There's nothing in there that I was, or the committee rather, was concerned about. So no, I won't drag the meeting out any longer by just you know, pulling out points from it. It's there for everybody to read, and hopefully I think it's there just for us to receive, isn't it?
It is indeed, yeah. Okay, well, I would encourage you to read it if you haven't, but yeah, thanks. That leaves us with any other business, if there is any. Date of next meeting. Sadly, my screen goes down at this point, but the date of the next meeting is in the agenda.
26th of May.
26th of May, thank you. So we look forward to that. I think offline we should take soundings as to how this meeting has gone, because it's been a somewhat different experience, and I think there's probably some learning from it. Probably made more difficult because of, you know, my enforced absence with a ministerial meeting. So we'll take feedback offline. We finally have to note that we, as we're elected to go into closed session, that the press will be excluded from that meeting for obvious reasons, if you're happy to endorse that. Okay. So at that point, we're coming up to close the meeting, and request, could we finish the meeting with our cameras on? And how about a final round of applause for our departing board members, Claire and Emrys? I think that would be rather nice. And we'll close at that point.